You stupid show.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Sharpton going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man You hear me?
If you go on mute.
I am on mute. Can you unmute yourself? All right. They can hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Obviously, day 2 didn't know my platform was being used.
How would you? You were asleep.
Welcome to the You see how you do me, y'all? Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I am your host, Seduction Doll. In conjunction with also Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. The fellas have fellas need to come over here and use a platform. I had no idea until today. Anyway, so
hey, twin.
the fellas are
in the building.
That shadow band. So they're using this platform right now. So we're gonna welcome the fellas over here. Welcome Shay Kruma and Shabaka said Corey over to the Revolutionary Agenda. So they go ahead and pilferage the platform as much as they want.
Oh God!
Since they're homeless.
We're YouTube homeless right now.
YouTube homelessness is a real thing. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around. I just learned about it like 2 seconds ago, and I already started clowning. No, welcome, fellas. Shabaka will be right back. He just had to pop out. He'll be right back in. And this is day 2 of the Frontline Black News. So I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna be in here, but I'm not in here. You know what I mean? I'm in here in spirit. I think I saw Twin in here though.
Yeah, Twin is in here.
Twin is in here. Yeah. Shout out to Twin. And so hopefully all the other fellas and everybody will just migrate over here. We had to put out a special memo. Facebook homelessness is a real life situation.
Mm-hmm.
Same with YouTube homelessness. These motherfuckers are constantly shadow banning, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Like, and then we can't keep. It's tedious work to keep creating platform after platform after platform, and then migrate all of our peoples over. So that's why we always tell you guys to sub up to the other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So that when this type of situation happens,
it's backed up.
It's backed up, yeah. And this is like news to me, man. I was like, what? Hell nah. What? I'm over it now. It took me a few minutes. I'm over it now. So since before we want to wait for Shabaka, what's up, Jesse Paris?
What's up, Lady Che? Shabaka, did you run out of data? No, it's on now, Shabaka. We're live right now. Just come back in the studio.
Yeah, just pop back in the studio, Shabaka. They're doing this to Black content creators right now. And, you're going to see a lot of it on some of your favorite channels.
Okay.
I myself don't want to rebuild another platform. And even though, I made a duck move a couple weeks ago. And I accidentally put the RBA on my personal page. And that was a duck move. So I have to be more cautious. But we do have 2 other outlets we can utilize in case some severe shadow banning occurs. Hopefully, Jesse won't get me locked out of my own channel. Because I'll be like, that was all him. I'm totally blaming on him.
I just know now I gotta say fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair goddamn use.
I wish we could just put it in big old capital letters across everything.
It doesn't. That they still took the video down.
They took that video down when we were learning major stuff. And last couple of days, I've been listening to this docu-series. And I've been just getting mad and informed.
Yeah, they're shadow banning comments now too.
Yeah.
All right, so thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 44, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. And I am your host of the Frontline Black News, Chan Krumman. And we're joined with our other host, Lady Che, who is also the host of the Frontline Black News and the RBA.
Yep.
And we should be joined here shortly in about 10 minutes with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka and Corey.
Sorry, Valley, I had to brush out my hair. It's extremely, I want to say it was nappy, but it wasn't. It was tangled. Super tangled because I took out my hair yesterday. I took down my hair and I just went to sleep on the shit.
Yeah.
And, woke up and I was looking like Don King.
So we will be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part one, and that is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell clowned and called a sellout for praying at Trump's inauguration.
He is. He is.
Then we got Reverend Al Sharpton does more performative loud talking against Trump during MLK Day event. Then we got the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. President Trump signs executive order to withdraw the U.S. from the World Health Organization. Then, the mass deportations have begun, Black family. So ICE raids have found criminal migrants charged with heinous crimes. And this isn't FBA's fight.
Nope. But we are there to watch the drama as it unfolds. I mean, we kind of knew it was going to come. We've been begging for it, asking for it, demanding it. And then all of a sudden, Christmas came early. And here it is. You know what I mean?
Then we got immigrant woman says her community needs FBAs right now. Huh? And we need to be humble. We need to humble ourselves.
Yeah, no.
Tell her, please. FBA should not have to pay for ancestry tests. I agree. We shouldn't have to pay for ancestry tests. What they don't tell you about the Great Migration. Then don't come to America. Deported migrant warns others not to cross the border.
Oh, finally they're doing that. They could have did that when right before Trump was starting to get inaugurated. They were trying to hurry up and get there. And then
they have months. They have months to prepare. Like
they had time.
They wait till the last
Eric
damn
Adams
minute.
was telling them not to come.
They said no more. We can't take you on the Big Apple no more. Don't come. Stop coming to the Big Apple. Then Colombia reversed course after dump threatens 25% tariffs, denying two deportation flights. So they got the illegals on these military planes, and they try to drop them off in Colombia, and Colombia said no. So the dump said, okay, well, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff. And then they changed their mind. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda, as well as the Frontline Black News.
Normally, y'all wouldn't have to subscribe over here, but the boys need a home right now.
And we got to blow Lady Chase channel up.
He's just saying that. He doesn't care if my channel.
We got to get you at least to 100 subs.
Don't believe the hype, family. If he cared, it would have already been there, okay?
I'm the only one that shares it out.
He's just lying. He's just saying that right now.
Lady Chase don't share it out.
He's one of those ungrateful house guests. He does not care. Everybody knows he don't care.
She's shy about her work, y'all.
I am, because I had to deal with a lot of colorism nonsense, and then I'd be over there. I'd be over there going to. Lately, I've been over there fucking around with fat white supremacists and talking shit.
Oh shit! I forgot punk ass Slim Thug.
Yeah. So I've been over there handling business, and yeah, it's probably not a good thing for me. So, them motherfucking fat boys are like, you're gonna stay in my room right here because I told you, negress.
Get in my belly. Oh, fat bastard.
Fat motherfucking bastard talking shit. It's like, Look here, Negress. Yeah, he almost said it. He could have said it. I would have started laughing. You gonna stay in my apartment. We gonna make all this money off of you, Negress.
Now you gonna do as you're told.
I'm your daddy now. Never. I'll cut you up in 13 motherfucking pieces.
Right. So the buck dancer of the month is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. He got clowned and called a sellout for performing at Trump's inauguration. For praying at Trump's inauguration.
That's because he was trying to dig deep into the belly of the beast. And he was, and look, friendly, when that happened,
Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
A couple of days later, I made a comment under his shit. It was like the audacity. On our day, you perform in capital letters. You perform this. You could have picked anything to perform for Trump, but you performed this particular one. Like, what happened? Remember last year was I had a dream, and now the memo goes out. We're gonna do this one, this MLK speech.
Yeah,
they switched it up, and I was like, and this motherfucker like looking up at the top of the fucking God knows where he was looking. He with his hands out, and it just took me to like right after that. Then I got caught up watching TD Jakes.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I wrote back and I wrote it in the comments.
They want to be swallowed.
They gotta be followed. I said they should have went and got a real profit pimp like TD Jakes. They would have been better served. You know what I mean? You went and got a real profit pimp like TD Jakes.
Oh my God, TD Snakes.
TD Jakes was making you believe.
The power bottom.
You didn't know what a power bottom was until I told you what it was.
Of course not.
He did it. I was like, oh. Yeah, doing this on TD Jakes that day. Jesse caught me watching TD Jakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't home that day.
What the hell was this shit?
He wasn't home that day. He was at the parade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when he came back, I was over there. I had my hands up, and it was like I was like, I feel it, Lord, I feel it, right? And TD Jakes was on, and he said, "What in the fuck are you watching?" And I said, "Mind your business. I'm just watching a little TD Jakes." He's like, "He's still on." I was like, "Shh, stop it!" And then as soon as Jesse came into the room and said, "What in the fuck was I watching?"
Because they tore down the Potter's house.
What in the fuck was I watching? That's what he said, and I was like, I was like, "You didn't hear the message. You missed the message." He said, "What was the message?" I said, "It wasn't for you. You didn't hear it." He was like, TD Jakes though, Brandy? TD Jakes? I was like, when was the last time you saw TD Jakes on TV?
Shit, it's been several years.
Several years, right? So obviously that message was for me.
Apparently. All right, so Sister Demetria K is going to give us an update on this pork chop preacher. I believe he's out of Detroit. By the name of Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
We covered this on the FBA because he's like so much a hoe. He is such a hoe.
180 Church in Detroit, Michigan is being dragged online due to his speech that he rendered at the inauguration ceremony of Donald Trump when he was being sworn in to be the 47th president of the United States. Now, he was one of 3 pastors or priests that were invited to pray over that of Donald Trump. Now, I'm going to show y'all a snippet of it, and then I want y'all to come on back.
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside.
Oh, my Lord.
Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring.
So as you saw and heard there, he seemed like he intertwined the I Have a Dream speech from that of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Now, of course, Martin Luther King Day was also the same day of the inauguration, so maybe that's why he did it. But of course, you heard him use the cadence of Dr. King, and a lot of people just did not like that. They didn't like that he showed up, and they didn't like that he was praying in the way that he was praying. Now, of course, you guys might remember when Trump visited his church last year, and infamously, he said, if you vote for Kamala Harris, the rest of the country is going to look like Detroit. Now, a lot of people got in their feelings and emotions and said, how dare he talk about Detroit like that, this, that, and the other. But I was like, well, did anybody really bother to see what the statistics of Detroit were in regards to Black Americans? Well, I did. Detroit has a high homeless population in regards to Black Americans. It has a high poverty rate in regards to Black Americans. And Detroit is one of many cities that have a very high population of Black people in general. But people got more mad at Trump saying, hey, if you vote for Kamala, a Democrat, it's gonna the rest of the United States is gonna look like that. Well, Detroit is ran by Democrats and has been that way for a very long time. Now, Pastor Sewell pointed that out. He says at the time when Biden was still running, Biden didn't visit, but Trump, he came and to see what was going on and to talk to, the community or whatever it is. But Biden didn't show up. Now, Kamala eventually showed up. She had a concert with Eminem and all that other stuff. But basically, people are more mad at the optics, right? That this Black pastor shows up and speaks like Dr. Martin Luther King, but they're not mad that Detroit is, in a sense, dilapidated in regards to Black Americans. Why is that? Why are we so distracted with the low-hanging fruit, the low-hanging conversation? Now, I'm not telling you how to feel about him being there, but if you ask me, he brought attention, if more needed attention to the plight of Detroit that is struggling still. It is, right? Yeah. And so I ask us as Black people, when are we going to stop being distracted by things that don't matter? Because did that harm anybody that Pastor Sewell went and did a prayer over Trump? No, or is it more harmful that Black people are the worst of everything you can think of, not people, but the conditions in Detroit? Shouldn't that matter more? I don't know. I'm just asking. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary,
it's too late though. We laughed at him and clowned him a little bit. Now we got to slap our wrists, but God damn it, we're gonna go to hell.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
She's not wrong though. She's not wrong, and we already did it though. You know what I mean? It's like before. It should have been a disclaimer. Before y'all motherfuckers get to clowning this bastard, just remember he's bringing energy.
I had to talk about it.
Right here.
Imagine a Black preacher so offensive.
Talk shit about him after we clowned him a little bit.
So the white supremacists have to throw their 2 cents in. So Steve Bannon had a lot to say about the Black MAGA pastor Sewell. What's his name? Thomas Sewell
Sewell. I don't know, man. Cuz was just mad stupid to me. He's been mad stupid since the RNC though.
Oh yeah, he was the one that was doing that shit at the RNC too.
Yeah. You see, he ain't elevate none.
Oh, Lorenzo Sewell. Yeah. So Steve Bannon had to throw his crack of sense in. So let's see what he has to say.
That even Steve Bannon says, you've gone too damn far. What are we talking about? Here it is.
That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin. Oh my God. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, Let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children. Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty.
Free at last.
The picture full mass. He's lucky that a real one wasn't in the crowd.
Right.
Because they would have quickly told him to sit his $2 ass down.
Right.
As he pretends to be some extremely weird knockoff version of a great leader. But since everybody else on stage is acting, hell, he might as well too.
Yeah.
Black Pastor's Trump inauguration prayer sparks backlash from Steve Bannon of all people. I don't recall a time in history when Steve Bannon and Al Sharpton have agreed, but they have agreed on this. He is accused of hijacking Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech. So Bannon says, quote, the benediction. How long did the benedictions take? 1919. Okay. Well, benedictions take 19 minutes. That's not acceptable, Bannon said. Sewell, who campaigned with Trump in 2024, thanked God for the incoming administration and prayed, quote, that America would begin to dream again, end quote.
What world are we living in?
He went on to ask that God, quote,
Damn,
let freedom ring,
Steve Bannon, but damn,
end quote, across the nation and fulfill the dream that every American be, quote, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. He didn't even give Dr. King credit.
He sure didn't.
He just let it roll off his tongue like nobody knew where he was getting it from.
Yeah.
Like
there's more. So critics felt the King homage was disrespectful, obviously, especially since it was delivered at a ceremony celebrating Trump's return to the White House. The preacher said Trump personally made a request to him to deliver the invocation over what others said. Quote, Lorenzo.
I gotta rewind this. So,
you gotta catch it with us.
Lorenzo Sewell was the pastor that did all that performative shit at Trump's inauguration.
Right.
And even Steve Bannon had to check him.
with all the ass scratching and yassa bossing, right?
Yeah.
You'll see,
Shabaka Wise.
Okay.
I had to talk about it. Imagine a black preacher so offensive that even Steve Bannon says, you've gone too damn far. What are we talking about? Here it is.
That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation. We will not be judged by the color of our skin. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children. Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty.
We are free at last.
The picture full mass.
Motherfucker. Look at his eyes, man. This is a goddamn minstrel show.
He's lucky that a real one wasn't in the crowd.
Exactly, Shabaka.
Because they would have quickly told him to sit his $2 ass down as he pretends to be some extremely weird.
Boy, this motherfucker's in need of resurrection of
a great leader.
God damn.
But since everybody else on stage is acting, hell, he might as well too. Black pastors Trump inauguration prayer sparks backlash from Steve Bannon of all people. I don't recall a time in history when Steve Bannon and Al Sharpton have agreed, but they have agreed on this. He is accused of hijacking Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech. So Bannon says, quote, the benediction. How long did the benedictions take? 19. Okay. When benedictions take 19 minutes, that's not acceptable, Bannon said. Sewell, who campaigned with Trump in 2024, thanked God for the incoming administration and prayed, quote, that America would begin to dream again, end quote.
Man,
he went on to ask that God,
we better wake your
quote,
goddamn ass up to
freedom ring,
reality, trick,
end quote, across the nation and fulfill the dream that every American be, quote, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. He didn't even give Dr. King credit. He just let it roll off his tongue like nobody knew where he was getting it from.
Just so you know.
There's more. So critics felt the King homage was disrespectful, obviously, especially since it was delivered at a ceremony celebrating Trump's return to the White House. The preacher said Trump personally made a request to him to deliver the invocation.
There's no reason.
So let me go over what others said about the prayer. Quote, Lorenzo Soul chose hashtag MLK Day to mock Martin Luther King Jr. on worldwide television at the close of a presidential inauguration, wrote Ken Barnes on X. Quote, not sure if I've seen a more shameful display ever. Another one that was embarrassingly over the top and very, very coonish. Wonder how Snoop and Nelly feel about this. One ex-user replied. Bannon was more concerned that he may have taken the focus off of Trump. Now, keep in mind, this is an interesting dilemma. You have Al Sharpton, who says the guy's over the top. He's utilizing.
Yeah, we're going to get to him next.
This Dr. King style and Dr. King wording in a way that's, well, it's fictional. It's performative.
Yep.
Everyone is able to understand the cringe-worthiness of the situation, except for one guy. Put the picture back up again, Jordan.
Oh, my God.
Do you see the look on Trump's face? That is a proud white male.
He like,
look at J.D. Vance.
Let Trump tell it. That was Dr. King.
What the fuck is this nigga doing?
Let Trump tell it. All right. So the president's speech was longer this time, he says, but he had more to go through in a broad audience. The new golden age, Bannon said. When the Our Father can take 90 seconds, right? Or Hail Mary, it didn't have to be a Catholic prayer. Give me the best Protestant, bring it, right? He continued, talk about a buzzkill, just ridiculous. The benedictions were ridiculous, but they were handpicked by your Lord and Savior, Donald Trump.
Well, then what the fuck
The
do
man
you
said
expect?
Trump handpicked him personally. So if you're
I mean,
criticizing
that's
the
a
previous thing,
motherfucking insult to my intelligence,
criticizing
man. What in the fuck did you expect? That's what's got me fucked
Steve,
up.
can I call you Steve? If Trump can't get the pick right
Damn, even
for
Steve-
who in the hell
he went
says
too
the
far.
prayer at the inauguration, what makes you believe, what makes you have confidence
Like,
that he can get the other picks right, including you?
you know, he don't.
All right, Ben,
Nope.
thoughts here.
Well, Bannon's upset because Trump's not his bestie anymore. He's now closer with Elon, and Bannon hates Elon, so he's just right out the gate a little butthurt. But listen, this pastor, can we be surprised that Trump is not choosing the most elegant and sophisticated pastor to deliver? Are we surprised that Trump doesn't have the greatest selection of black leaders to choose from? I'm surprised it wasn't Snoop giving that benediction during the service himself. But in defense of this pastor as well, I don't know. The only thing that comes to my head is just this thought that keeps hitting me. And I hope this hits well. I just wanted to share. He probably thought he was giving back. I feel like he probably thought, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I just made that up. But I feel as though it kind of captures the moment. Yeah, it's an original quote of mine. And a lot of people like to quote it back to me when I go do stand-up. Especially on Martin Luther King Day. I don't know how you do that and not be incredibly clear you're crediting and paying homage to the man. But it's the very beginning of what became a real hellhole of a day right after that, with a lot of inhuman acts, a lot of cruel acts taken by the administration already, followed by Elon Musk doing what seems to everybody like a Nazi salute. Whether that was his intention or not, it has empowered millions of white supremacists around the country already.
Double tap off the chest.
Oh my God! Did y'all see that Nazi salute that the musty man did?
Yeah.
Like, that's not what he was. Oh man!
And this is why Musk is a bore. He is not an African.
I thought he was Jewish.
Let me put it to you this way.
I don't know what he is.
We know what the motherfucker is. I don't give a fuck what he identifies himself as. He is not an African. Right. He is a goddamn boar.
Yeah. And it explains to the people what a boar is.
A boar is a descendant of the Dutch, okay, who went over there, took them diamonds, took that gold, you see what I'm saying? And then His Majesty King Sewell of the Zulu Nation, may he rest in peace. Okay. He gave it his all, man, to get rid of the motherfuckers up out of Natal. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because the British had said to King Sewell after they lost the Zulu Wars in 1888.
Yep.
They had stated the reason why they are emphasizing their apartheid is although that Shaka is dead, his spirit still lives within you all, and we're trying to break that spirit. Now, the British, okay, has stated how they honestly felt. The Dutch, who were more savage in the transatlantic slave trade than the British would, okay, said we want them goddamn diamonds. You see what I'm saying? And they even made a movie.
Black museum up with racist graffiti.
Say what now?
White supremacists hit up a historic black museum with racist graffiti shortly before Trump's inauguration, I guess.
Okay, well, this is showing that they are stating how they honestly feel. Now, where I come from, I much rather deal with a motherfucker that tells me, hey man, I hate your motherfucking black ass for whatever type of reason, this, that, doesn't, for then to come up to me with prepackaged bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So I respect the racist of stating how he honestly feels. Now Donald Duck is stating what Snoop snapped back, Che. It's on World Star. He did? Oh, okay.
Oh, so he clapped back. Okay.
Okay. All right, enlighten me on that, man, because you all are generations after me, man. This is how I know a motherfucker's getting old, man.
Snoop Snoop performed at the Crypto Ball.
Right.
The day before Trump's inauguration.
Okay.
And the Democratic shills were giving him and Nelly all kinds of flack.
Him, Nelly, Soldier Boy.
Yeah,
and,
wow.
One other person. But
okay.
The reason Snoop got it the worst, I think,
Rick Ross
was because Snoop has been mentioning, was talking shit way back when about motherfuckers performing at the inauguration a long time ago, and they played it, and so they went to perform at the Crypto Ball. But everybody feels like
unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African diaspora.
It's always a bag, but he did. I guess Trump let out somebody for Snoop a long time ago or whatever. Did he pardon somebody?
Yeah, Harry O.
Yeah, so he felt it was his duty to go ahead and return the favor or perform. And that's right, like it doesn't really matter. I mean, nobody's gonna remember the fucking Crypto Ball. You know what I mean? And like by next week, everybody should be forgetting long about fucking performing, because look, you got paid for it. He went and did a favor, returned a favor, and got paid. So, he didn't do it because he loves motherfucking Trump. People are stupid. And where is it about not, like his house, like you gotta think about it, like money is money,
All money ain't good money, Lady J.
No, but that's on his body. That ain't on us. That ain't on us. I ain't just looking for a big little bag either. So
well, back in 2017,
keep making music I like.
He made a song dissing Trump in a whole music video.
Is he the one that made that song called "Fuck Donald Trump"?
No, that was Nipsey and YG. That was Nipsey Hussle and YG.
Okay.
But it was around that time.
I think I saw that. Play that clip up there with Snoop with the glasses on. Is that where you got the tuxedo on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play that, because I like what he said right there.
This is gonna be from Stephen Coon Smith.
Brother Che, I just had my dinner, and I'm sitting here having me a cup of coffee. Okay, and
obviously, if you don't know any better, you've been living under a rock or what have you, you might be a bit put off because these brothers are taking an awful lot of heat, and that's why I have to start there. Remember, Donald Trump was sworn in as president of the United States for the second time today. He entered office with plenty of controversy surrounding him, and many Americans wondering what to expect this time around. And I told you I'm going to get into that. But part of that is starting off with Snoop Dogg and Nelly and Soulja Boy and others for their decisions to perform at events surrounding the inauguration. Nelly was on with Willie D, formerly the Ghetto Boys this weekend, and he was talking about some things because he was taking a lot of heat for performing at events surrounding the inauguration. Before I get into it, let's hear Nelly's explanation. Listen to this. Performing for somebody and voting for somebody is two different things. Endorsing people is two different things. Am I a Trump supporter? I support the office. I support the president of the United States, regardless of who's in office. I'm not a politician, man. You didn't see me out there on the campaign. You didn't see me out there saying you should vote for this candidate. But I'm honored to be out there performing for the office, for the president of the United States.
In 2017,
that was his position, because obviously he's taking some heat. You've got people all over social media and beyond calling them sellouts and coons and traitors to their race and all of this other stuff that's been coming out of their mouth. And Snoop Dogg is especially taking some hits, not just because he elected to perform at the crypto ball, which was the event, one of the events surrounding the inauguration, an event Trump did not even attend, by the way, even though he was supposed to be the guest of honor. But not only is Snoop Dogg taking heat for that, Snoop Dogg's taking heat for what we saw him say about any potential performers at the inauguration of Donald Trump back in 2017. So to be fair, let me make sure before I let you know what my position in all of this is. Let's see Snoop Dogg from back there in 2017 and what he had to say about any potential performer performing at Donald Trump's inauguration back then. Listen to this, Snoop Dogg.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you.
Damn, apparently it was
Uncle Tom ass for doing it. Which one of you gonna do it first? I was the one that performs for himself.
That was Snoop Dogg. So obviously to see him performing this past weekend at the crypto ball, knowing what was being put out there about him, I had to call my boy. Because that is my dog. Make no mistake about it. I ain't apologizing for that to nobody. That's my brother. I love that brother. Okay? Even when he wrong, he right. All right? Even when he wrong, he right with me. Because I know where his soul lies. Having said all of that, I still have to be fair to our audience. And I reached out to Snoop. And I'm going to tell you exactly what the brother said to me. He wasn't there for Trump. He was there for David Sachs, who's going to be running crypto and AI. He's going to be that crypto and AI czar for the present administration. That's who David Sachs is. David Sachs is somebody that Snoop has had a relationship with for decades. David Sachs is that cat when nobody else put their hand out offering dollars to Snoop's football league and beyond. That brother does.
It was cool.
That brother's ready to do it now.
Damn, man.
So take all of that into consideration. Nelly threw out the money as well. He ain't trying to be political. He's an artist. He was paid to perform, and that's exactly what he did. Don't get me started with what Soulja Boy said. He said the same exact thing. Now, he said it in a very abrasive and excessive fashion, and I thought that was unnecessary, but if that's his lingo, that's his lingo. The point is the point. He sat up there and pulled out a bag of money and said, did anybody offer me to perform? That's what they did. So we see all of that going on.
This is the same guy that said that his job is to make his bosses money and they break him off a little bit of it and he's content with that.
Oh boy, has he ever played the game of dominoes?
Yeah, I think so, Shabaka. We know all money is not
ain't good money. It's about strategy.
He's for sale to the highest bidder.
My. Another
and we understand what that is. But back to Snoop Dogg, because that's who I know. Back to Nelly, because that's who I know. Nelly is not a political person. Nelly doesn't get involved in the campaigns. Nelly does perform for people who will pay the right fee, etc., as an artist. And he is somebody that don't want to get involved in all of that and believes in respecting the office because of the power that comes with it. That's his position. Like it or not, you got to respect it because there's plenty of hypocritical asses out here in this world acting like they don't do it and they do it every day.
You one of the biggest goddamn.
But you gonna come at him?
Man, fuck you.
Right.
Because he went and sang a few songs at the incoming president. See, that's the BS right there.
It ain't a goddamn.
And that's what that's the kind of stuff he's got to stop. Back to Snoop. Well, I know that I don't know Nelly. I know Nelly. That's my brother. I love him to death. But not he ain't as close as me and Snoop.
And he's a damn man.
Yep.
That Snoop never exercised his right to vote in his life.
Damn.
Until 2020. Did you know that? I'm telling you what Snoop told me. I have permission from him to say this to y'all. If he didn't want me to tell y'all this, I wouldn't be telling y'all none of this.
Yes, you would.
Because I ain't violating nobody's trust. I can have my opinions without violating trust. But he's giving me permission to say everything that I'm saying to you. He never voted in his life until 2020. I never knew that. Had I known that, I'd gotten his ass. I'm his brother. I believe in exercising your right to vote. Your ancestors and the sacrifices they made. Damn it, one power tool you have is to make sure you vote. People died for you to have the right to vote. I'd have got Snoop. I love it. I love him to death. I'd have gotten his ass. You got to vote.
Miss me with that bullshit.
He voted in 2020.
That was that Democratic talking point bullshit.
He voted for Joe Biden.
Right.
He spoke against Trump in 2016, spoke against him in 2017, voted against him in 2020. So everybody want to be like, well, what's the problem now? What's the problem now? I'll tell you what the problem is now. But before I get into the problem, let me show y'all a full screen of Mr. Keith Boykin. This guy is a political commentator, I assume. I don't know his background. I'm not casting any aspersions on him, disrespecting him in any way. I'm sorry. I've just been busy and I didn't have time to get into it. I saw him on CNN giving political commentary on Abby Phillips' show. And while he was on there, he said this. I want y'all to see this stuff on the full screen because you need to know. Any black person who performs at Trump's inauguration dishonors, quote, black families he refused to rent to in the 1970s. The black kids he wanted to execute in the Central Park case in the 1980s. The black Haitian immigrants he lied about in the 2024 election. Remember when Trump was saying they're eating dogs, they're eating cats. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That's what Keith Boykin is talking about, along with various other things. Let me explain to you why I'm pissed. I'm not talking about Keith Boykin. Mad respect to you. Keep doing what you're doing. I hope your career continues to elevate, my brother. I'm not speaking against him, only his position. And the reason that I preface my comments by saying that is because I'm going to show a level of respect to him that most people don't show to me. You don't like my opinion, so you attack me. You personalize it with your petty BS. You can disagree without being disagreeable. So I'm not talking about Keith Boykin. I don't know him. I'm talking about his point. Here's what pisses me off about that. You don't have any respect for anybody who performs at Trump's inauguration or the events surrounding his inauguration.
It's the same one that tried to get old boy from the Celtics.
So does that mean you don't have any respect for anybody black who voted for him? I'm not talking about myself because I didn't vote for him.
The brother that said
does that mean
was going to create a Black Wall Street in Boston?
Okay.
Yeah, old Stephen Coon Smith tried to get him jammed up on some bullshit.
There ain't nothing wrong with building Black Wall Streets, man. We need them to become economically self-sufficient. You see, that's the real shit that they don't want us to do. You see what I mean?
Right. I think I'm going to play like 5 more minutes of this bullshit.
Okay.
You don't have any respect for black people who sat there and said, I'm interested in the economy. I'm interested in inflation. I'm interested in protecting our borders. I'm interested in elevating our national security. I'm interested in keeping the streets of the United States of America as safe as possible. What if their reasons and their rationale for voting strictly pertain to that? What if this person voted for him because they broke and they think he's going to put more money in their pocket? What if this person voted for him because they're in a crime-ridden neighborhood and they feel leftists aren't having the streets patrolled well enough? What if they want to call 911, but they live in an environment that people were supporting defunding the police? And as a result of that, you either have a paucity of police officers or you have police officers that ain't that interested in protecting and serving because they don't want to get vilified. What if the job market mattered? There's a whole bunch of reasons why people vote.
Listen to me clearly, Black family. No goddamn jurisdiction or police jurisdiction in this country. County, city government defunded the police.
Right. That part.
In fact, they funded the police like Biden told them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Give them even more money.
Mm-hmm.
Including here in the good old cities of Denver and Aurora,
Mm-hmm.
Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
The way that they vote. To sit up there and just blanketly state that you don't respect anybody that showed up to an inauguration, Soulja Boy ain't got no right to go make some money. They're different. Everybody quick to say, man, if it were me, it's a different way to make the money. You sure about that? Sure about that? I saw Soulja Boy pull out some cash. I couldn't see that well. I couldn't count. But it looked like at least 6 figures. What it took most people, or what it takes most people to make in a year, the brother made in one night. You sure? You sure about that?
Who is you talking about?
You sure you could have found a way to go
It's
and make
the
the kind
old
of
man
cash
up
that
to
he
debate.
making?
Who you want to debate with, Lance?
Snoop Dogg worth over $100 million.
I'll debate with you, Lance.
He got a youth football league. This brother sending cats to college. He's sending cats to the NFL. We just gonna ignore that.
You got time today
because he performed at the inauguration. Let me tell you something right now.
Okay.
Some of you in
Yeah,
our community,
Lance,
I
make
didn't
sure
say
you ain't at
y'all
work and
community.
got to
I
get back
said
to
ours.
your job.
I'm a black man who's entitled to feel whatever the hell I want to feel.
You're right, because he ain't got time.
Some of y'all, when you turned against Ice Cube, it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable.
Yeah.
Ice Cube, NWA, Ice Cube, Dre, Eazy-E, all of them. And then Snoop came aboard, not NWA, but Snoop came aboard. Warren G and the whole crew. They took the rap game to another level. You know what I mean? Black people made money off of hip hop. You know what I mean? Black people have been employed because of hip hop. It transformed this world. Is everything perfect about them? Hell no. Is the way some of them carry themselves? Right?
Smith,
No.
man,
The way
you're
some
a
of them
little bit
speak?
wrong
Hell
on
no.
that,
I get
brother,
all of that.
because they were not allowed to
But
reinvest
damn,
into the black
before
community.
they came along, you had white folks in the music industry worshiping the devil and singing whatever the hell they wanted to sing. Nobody said anything. But the brothers come along, it's a problem. And now that the brothers come along and they make something of themselves and they got opportunities that they're willing to exploit and they choose to be apolitical, you want to get in their ass. What if they got in your ass, Keith Boykin? What if they got, and by you, I'm not talking about you specifically, bro. Again, I respect you. Of what I know of you. I don't know much, but I like listening to you on television. I respect you, I truly do. What I mean by you is I'm talking about lefties. See, I'm a registered independent. Y'all trying to roll out there, talk about, and I'm gonna have on my lower third grip. Make that lower third for me. Put Stephen A. Smith, still a registered independent. I ain't changing. Thank you, Griff. I ain't changing. I ain't no damn Republican. I ain't no conservative, nor am I a Democrat. I'm an independent. Why? Because I don't like none of your asses. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. Conservatism, fiscally.
He put that shit
Taxes.
on the screen too. You see this motherfucker?
Border security.
I'm still a registered independent.
Crime.
Good Lord.
That's me.
I've been a registered independent since what, 2014, 2013.
Any liberal policy that you got in terms of support of the LGBTQ community, I'm good with it. Abortion rights, I'm good with it. I'm not a Roe v. Wade advocate. Meaning, I'm more pro-choice than pro-life. Not that I believe in abortion, because I don't. I just don't believe any man should be telling a woman what to do with their body. But I certainly understand if people during the election were not concerned about those issues. And people like the Keith Boykins of the world never brought that up. And I'm saying, yo, bro, nobody's saying you wrong about what you're feeling as it pertains to those issues, but you do understand there's a lot of people that don't care about the issues you might care about. They might have other priorities. And in Soulja Boy's case, it was making money. And in Nelly's case, it was being an artist. And in Snoop's case, it was about supporting his Snoop Youth League. And all the things he has done and plans on doing. And by the way, all of these years he's been doing it, he's been coming out of his own pocket.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got David Sachs looking at him as like, I'll support you. And we got a whole bunch of people here in the crypto world, in the AI world, in the Bitcoin world, and beyond who's going to look to help you. And he's thinking about how financial literacy is something that's going to be taught to these kids. And these kids going to be able to go out in the world and be better young men and probably professional football players and college graduates and civilized contributors to our society. And we find a way to have a problem with that? Really? That's what we doing? So Snoop can do all of these things. And he spews a few cuss words and shows up, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, at the inauguration or the inauguration event. And that's a problem? Y'all done lost y'all damn minds. But I had enough of your
Motherfucker,
shit.
been out of your goddamn mind for the last 10 years. I've been looking at your stupid ass.
All right. Like,
good Lord.
Lady Chair, you hear this ridiculousness? All right, I'm good on him.
Good boy, the redundancy of this bullshit. Okay.
Another performer is someone that's been performing for quite a long time now, Shabaki. The Reverend Al Sharpton.
Oh, bobblehead.
Loud talking against the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump.
Man, what is this bobblehead shit talking about? Yeah, oh, Al Sharpton, yeah.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
He'll be able to watch, but he can't.
While President Donald Trump was enjoying his inauguration day, Reverend Al Sharpton wasn't too far from him. He held an event with the National Action Network at the Metropolitan AME Church, where he had a whole host of people get up and speak. He invited that of Corey Wise, who is from the Central Park Five, also known as the Exonerated Five. Of course, you guys know their story where they were falsely accused of doing something heinous to a white woman in 1989. And he said, well, you know, why didn't Trump invite Corey? Because he invited the mayor of New York to the inauguration ceremonies and things like that. Well, I want y'all to listen to a snippet of Reverend Al Sharpton. Here you go.
Talk about making heroes out of haters. How dare you? On a federal holiday for the man that brought the Poor People's Campaign to the United States, that you bring some tech billionaires to church this morning that need to be repenting for the disinformation and the scope of assimilation.
Nothing about the reparations, though.
Yeah, see, man, this is what I mean, man. Fuck Al Sharpton. He's full of shit.
How the hell you gonna honor Dr. King, but you don't bring up we coming to Washington to get our check? If you go
Exactly.
operate the poor people's campaign.
So as you saw and heard there, he says, "How dare you, make heroes into the people that did the insurrection on January 6th, and how dare you, have all these billionaires there on a day that's celebrating Martin Luther King, who had the Poor People's Campaign, right? So he had all these how dare yous, and then at the end he says." And, everybody else might be afraid of you, but I wasn't afraid of you in 1990, and I'm not afraid of you now. And it's like, well, Donald Trump, I don't think he thinks you're a threat, Al Sharpton, because he knows that your bark is worse than your bite. He knows that you haven't been about that life for a very long time. He knows that you have sold out for what you sold out for. He knows that. We all know that. We all know that you're going to get up in the pulpit and rile people up, keep them in rage, keep them angry. He also knows, like the rest of us know, that you're never going to give people any real solutions. Yeah, you'll tell them,
Well, there's
we
no
shall
argument with
overcome, and ain't
undisputed
nobody
truth,
gonna
sister.
turn us
Look at
around,
this
because that's the song
bobblehead
that they
motherfucker.
sang at the
Al
end of it or whatever.
Sharpton, put a banana back in your
He
mouth and
knows
go
you're not
wave
going to tell
your
Black people,
gay pride flag.
vote
Fuck
for
that
It's
motherfucker.
actually going to do something for you. Maybe it's high time we divorce from the Democrats, right? He knows you're never going to tell Black people, okay, you know what, bet, here's the plan. Let's practice
God,
group
they trying to
economics.
get me and
Let's stop
Lenny
all
to
this
join
singing and
that
dancing and
bullshit.
screaming and hollering
That
and all this.
NAM,
Let's stop. He knows you're not
National
going to do
Action
that.
Network.
So why would you need to be scared? You know
Damn.
Trump is not going to come after you. He didn't come after you when he gave you all that money back in the day, when he was helping your nonprofits that you got in a little trouble for misappropriating funds or whatever it was, tax evasion. He didn't come after you then. So he's not going to come after you now, because again, you're not a threat. You're just up there making all that noise, doing all that hooping and hollering for the people that
Talking
showed up and
loud,
other people who
boom,
think
boom,
that you
and
really,
saying nothing,
are the voice of Black
boom,
people. You're
talking
not.
loud, boom,
You're the
boom,
voice
and
of yourself.
saying nothing.
You're the voice of the National Action Network. You're the voice of getting a bag, because we know you got a bag from Kamala Harris. We know that you roll in, and a whole host of other people got a nice, pretty, shiny penny. And there you are on Martin Luther King Day in a pulpit, pretending that you really care about Black people.
Yeah.
See, if you really cared about Black people, you would do what he said he was going to do right before he was murdered. He was going to Washington to get a check.
That's right.
He didn't go to Washington to get a check just for him, like you went to Kamala and got a check just for you. Right. So you don't need to be scared, Al Sharpton, because he knows that you're not a threat. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please.
Thank you, Auntie Demetria. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Now, obviously, if you don't know.
Okay, my thoughts on Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton, you are a kind man.
Right.
Al Sharpton, go stick a banana back in your mouth and stand up there with your gay rights.
Oh, God.
And fuck you, Al Sharpton. I mean, man, I don't know no better other way than to put it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And then, Al Sharpton, how much of that money that you're getting from the thighs, I'm sorry. I'm talking about from the tithes in your church that you reinvested into the Black community?
Zero.
If I see a pastor of humble means out there, and what do I mean by humble means? I mean a pastor out there that's preaching his faith, okay, who ain't got big fancy Cadillacs, who ain't got on a set of diamond rings, ain't got 1 million goddamn suits in a closet the side of a damn department store that he can't wear all the way through.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I would be more apt to donate to that brother's cause than this sorry ass pulpit pimping ass bobblehead looking motherfucker. And Al Sharpton, if you don't like it, motherfucker, you can go follow me on Twitter at Shabaka Capital EXP, and your punk ass man is more than welcome to put any comments in there, and I will debate with your motherfucking scandalous ass. You a goddamn parasite, Trick.
Yep. And been one for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's a fucking parasite to the black community.
Yep, you get no argument from me. All right, well, switching gears, but not really switching gears because it's the dump's time to shine, apparently.
Now, one thing about the dump, not cutting you off, Brother Che. One thing about the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make this perfectly clear, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is that he is telling you how he honestly feels. Now, Stephen A. Smith gonna sit up there and make quotes out of South Central LA in regard to Snoop Dogg and what have you. But there's an old saying that never apologize for how you honestly feel, and Donald Duck has been doing that.
Yeah, he has. He definitely has, and he's been keeping his promises about it.
Yeah, that's what he has been doing. You know, and I don't support the orange crazy looking motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? But the man is stating of how he honestly feels. And then old zippity doo dah, zippity day. Oh, Uncle Tim Scott, I just love you mastering with it. Trump said, man, get your Uncle Tom ass up out the way, nigga. You know, we breaking our tool with your sorry ass.
All right. So the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. He has signed several executive orders, according to Lady Che. It's over 200, probably 300 now. Executive order that the dump has signed, and we will examine that for y'all, piece by piece on the RBA. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, so this one in particular withdraws the U.S. from the World Health Organization.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not thrilled with that. So Lisa gonna give us the update on that. Shout out to Lisa. She was on earlier. I guess the dump is they was trying to say he was taking some protections away, but nah.
Okay, Brother Che, not cutting your wisdom. Okay, all righty. You did send me the email with the contact information on Ms. Cabrera, correct?
Yes, I did that like damn, Shabak. It's been like 6 to 9
Okay.
months ago.
Okay. All right. Okay, man. So what I have to do is I have to purge the emails, man, to find it. You know what I'm saying? So bear with me on it, man. You know what I'm saying? Please bear with me on it. I'm not as young as I used to be, and plus that, like I stated here in the chat room, we got at least 50 episodes of Shabaka's Blacc Experience hands on the terabyte. So we are looking for another platform to move to, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? So, you know, Brother Che and myself, we're going to get together and try to make it happen, you know?
Oh yeah, we're gonna make it happen. So on January 20th, 2025, which was 7 days ago now,
Right.
it's after midnight here.
Right.
President Donald Trump signed an executive order initiating the process of withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization.
Okay.
The decision effective in 12 months, so a year from now.
Okay.
Halt U.S. financial contributions, which currently contribute approximately 18% of WHO's funding. The move has raised concerns among global health experts about the potential impact of international health initiatives,
Mm-hmm.
pandemic preparedness.
Okay.
All right, so Lisa's gonna basically recite that again, and then some.
Over these next few days, you're going to find out exactly what many of these executive orders are for. So, Donald Trump signed an executive order to withdraw the U.S. from the World Health Organization, aka WHO. So this was done like he made good on the first day in office, and he did exactly what he said in this instance. So,
most definitely.
ladies and gentlemen, on day one of his return to the White House, President Donald Trump signed an executive order that begins the process of withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. Termination of U.S. membership would cut the multilateral agency funding by 22%, severely challenging WHO's ability to carry out its global health mission. Throughout WHO's 76-year history, the United States has been the organization's most important sponsor. The U.S. contributed $1.2 billion to WHO in 2023, more than twice as much as any other member country. As the most prominent international public health apparatus with 194 member states, WHO has played a critical role in global health security, disease outbreak and surveillance, and mobilization of cooperation across numerous public and private entities. Currently, no other organization has the capacity to coordinate international rapid response efforts, to share medical research and innovation. So, to illustrate this includes, among other activities, the entity's instrumental work on multiple Ebola crisis in Africa, worldwide measles outbreaks, which I heard is pretty bad in the world right now, seasonal influenza strain sequencing, so and flu. We always hear about the flu every year. So, WHO is also indispensable in efforts to eradicate HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, and dozens of negligent topical diseases. So, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. does not belong to this organization anymore. So, the ties with them is over. And Donald Trump wants it this way. So, wow, he's doing a lot. But y'all, you're going to have to let me know what you think. Now, who goes back? It goes way back, y'all. It was formed in 1948. And we know what else was formed in 1948.
Israel.
Based in Geneva, Switzerland.
Yeah, he beat us both to it.
And
yeah, Dr. Ralph Bunche was
part
instrumental
of the
in that.
United
He was
Nations.
U.S. diplomat from Los Angeles.
So
yeah, Ralph
WHO
Bunche.
and the
Yeah, he was from
UN
Los
are
Angeles.
responsible
Yes.
for international public health. And it played its role coordinating with all 194 member states in a wide range of health activities and many other products, such as water sanitation products and support for dealing with countries with health emergencies. Well, I guess that's not a problem anymore for the US because Donald Trump is backing out of the whole thing. But y'all, tell me what you think about this in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell.
Oh, he wants to say it. So.
Okay. Now,
and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
That fool crazy as hell. Third term.
Who?
The dump. He wants to have a third term.
Yeah, he could run for a third term. Yeah, because see, like I was debating with Sarge, which Sarge was wrong as hell about. Okay, see, he could run for many terms as he want. Okay, but he cannot do 3 consecutive terms. Understand? So, in other words, he did 1 term, right? Okay, he's got this term, right? And yes. If the motherfucker ain't senile by that time in 4 years, he could run again.
Yeah, but JD Vance is gonna run us about it.
Yeah. Well, of course he is. Of course he is.
There were no more octogenarians running the country. No.
Well, you want to know something, Brother Che? Glad you brought that up. We might could do a future show on that, which is what is the best age group for a president to be president? Is it 35 to 50? Is it 40 to 65? You see what I'm saying? But damn sure you can't be having no motherfucker 75 years old plus, doing the goddamn job, man, because it's too fucking stressful.
Right. And we just came through with the bullshit with Biden. His whole scene demented ass.
Yeah, that's precisely my point. That's why with the Biden circus going out, you see what I'm saying? That's exactly what it was, That's exactly what it was. But however, though, not getting off topic, and please correct me if I am getting off topic. I want to read the words to our audience out there, and we appreciate, our viewers, our contributors. Also, too, we appreciate our haters as well, too. This is the words of Jacques-René Chirac, former president of France. We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us. Now, if this ain't resurrection of the mental dead, man, I don't know which way is up.
Right. So, so the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh yeah, to quote another crook, yeah,
has begun the mass deportations.
Oh yes, sir, he has. Yeah, I mean, he's got them up there kicking in doors, hooking and booking these motherfuckers, man, and got them on their way. You see what I mean? Now, the Yasa bosses, okay, and we all know who they are and whatnot. That Congressional Black Caucus, what Dump needs to do, and I will have no problem with it, if he signed an executive order to disband them fools.
Yeah.
Seriously. I would have no problem with it. Why? Because you Congressional Black Caucus motherfuckers ain't did shit as far as black economics is concerned. You could coming up with some all-inclusive shit as opposed to stating, well, you know what, God damn it, we built this goddamn country and we need to reap some of the benefits of it.
Well, Dump said something similar when he was running for office back in 2020.
Yeah, he did say that we built this motherfucker. That he did say.
So the raids have begun. So we're going to start here in Colorado. What's been happening in the sanctuary city, sanctuary state, or adjacent to the sanctuary city in the supposed, damn near a sanctuary state. It's not officially on paper, but the way they act, you would really think it was. So DEA raids, party arrests nearly 50 undocumented immigrants. Tagle de Agua party got crashed out. Everybody went to.
All right, let's see what's happening with this.
Agents interrupted a party at a makeshift nightclub around 5 o'clock this morning, arresting nearly 50 people. Drugs, weapons, and cash were also seized. Your reporter Andrew Hodmer joins us live now with new details.
Yeah, guys, 49 people were detained in that early action. It was a DEA raid, and ICE was a part of it. 41 of those 49 were found by ICE to be in the country illegally, but we aren't sure how many of the 41 undocumented or 49 individuals that were detained have ties to the Tren de Aragua gang and just how deep those ties go, something immigration advocates say is a little bit of a concern, especially as these raids become more numerous across the country. The Drug Enforcement Administration's Rocky Mountain Field Division taking almost 50 people into custody after a raid early Sunday morning.
DEA has been working on TDA here in the Denver metro area since this past summer. So this has been a priority for us for a number of months, and we've been tracking these guys for that entire time.
Amid the 49 taken into custody, 41 were determined by ICE to be in the country illegally. But the DEA says some are affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
The people at the club last night was a mix of people, and so their status is still being determined.
As of Sunday night, those 41 individuals are in ICE custody, which concerns Colorado immigration advocate Raquel Lane Arellano.
When people go into ICE custody, they don't get access to due process in the same way that they do in the criminal justice system.
She tells CBS Colorado that it isn't advocacy for the criminal element picked up, but rather those with clean records that now may face deportations and the downstream issues that might arise because of it.
They are not going to call the police if they think the police is going to report them to ICE.
As immigration raids and stops are recurring across the country as President Trump begins his second week of his second administration.
It just puts the entire immigrant community under the scrutiny. And unfortunately, it paves the way for policies that are actually really dangerous.
Now, we are going to figure out in the coming days the degrees to the ties to the TDA gang that some of these individuals have. But these raids are becoming more regular. And the thing that Lane Arellano tells us is concerning is that combination of DEA and ICE that were a part of the enforcement here. In Aurora, I'm Andrew Hodner, covering Colorado First.
Andrew, as you mentioned, more to come from this story. We know you'll stay on top of it for us.
Now on Denver 7 News at 5. A warehouse party in Adams County ends in a DEA raid.
Approximately 50 people have been detained by ICE and transferred to the ICE detention facility.
Denver 7 investigates at the scene when it happened.
You had insiders that gave you that tip.
We had enough information to be able to execute a federal search warrant.
With images and interviews you'll find only on Denver 7.
It doesn't matter where you come from or who you are. If DEA finds out that you're distributing drugs in our city, we're going to come after you.
Denver 7 News at 5 starts right now.
A DEA raid in Adams County ends with roughly 50 people detained and rounded up onto buses in what federal agents are calling an invitation-only Tren de Aragua party. And Denver 7 investigates exclusively at the scene of the raid in Adams County early this morning. Thank you so much for watching Denver 7 News at 5. I'm Jacqueline Allen, and joining me tonight, Denver 7's chief investigative reporter, Tony Kowalski. Tony, you just got off the phone with an inside source. What are you hearing?
Well, lots of details. First, we need to stress this is an operation that's been in the works for several months, including before the election. And what we just heard, 49 total people detained, 41 of the 49 in this country illegally, now trying to figure out what kind of criminal history or if they had criminal histories. It was an operation that started late last night and culminated early this morning. This is how it looked during the pre-dawn hours on North Federal Boulevard in Adams County. Flashing lights and more than 24 federal and local law enforcement officers moving in on this building. This picture from the DEA shows guns drawn as they were executing a federal search warrant.
Essentially, this location behind us overnight this morning, starting at about 3 a.m., was a invitation-only TDA nightclub. We knew that we were going to have potentially a lot of illegal aliens. There were a handful of U.S. citizens as well.
You're now looking at exclusive video as federal agents cuffed and detained roughly 50 people. According to the DEA, a majority are members of the Venezuelan gang, TDA. Invitation-only TDA nightclub. What's that mean?
It means TDA affiliated gang members and associates sent out invitations over social media to come to a party at this location tonight.
And you had insiders that gave you that tip?
We had enough information to be able to execute a federal search warrant.
The DEA has been aggressively tracking activity in Colorado by the Tren de Aragua gang since well before the November election. Everyone's aware of President Trump's operations around the country. Is this connected?
So as you know, we've had a change in administration, and with changes in administration, there's always a change in focus. But what we're here today for was an ongoing DEA investigation. As you know, we've been targeting the TDA. DEA has been working on TDA for a number of months here in Denver. And so this was a part of that long-term operation.
And I think that's the key takeaway right here. It's been a long-term operation. It was the DEA back in August that put out the first news release saying they were concerned about the impact TDA was having in the metro area and throughout Colorado. They've been tracking this gang for several months. And what happened this morning was the culmination of that work. Jacqueline?
And the timing is interesting, though. We saw that ICE was there as well. Is that standard for these kind of raids, or is that a signal that something is different here?
We've been watching what's happening throughout the country, and we're hearing that more is going to happen potentially this week in Colorado. But it's important to stress here that what happened was standard operating procedure. I'm getting that from multiple sources, that when the DEA goes in, it's often accompanied by ICE, and that was the case here, especially with the specifics they had. They were executing a federal search warrant, and as you heard there, they found guns, they found drugs, and they found money, and that's what led to the detention of the 49 people.
Tony Kowaleski breaking some huge news today. Our cameras were there. Really good work staying on top of this, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, the Colorado Rapid Response Network is posting on Facebook tonight, don't believe the DEA is telling the whole story. This immigrant rights group says most of the people detained were taken into immigration custody instead of jail, indicating they may have a clean record. Now, they say if your loved one was arrested, give the Response Network a call. Their number's here on your screen. They're reminding immigrants not to sign anything they don't understand, and they do not have to answer questions until a lawyer is present.
I forgot this one. But what are your thoughts on the ICE raids occurred? The DEA raids in this case. Shabaka, are you still there? Shabaka. Shabaka?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the DEA raids and the ICE raids that are starting to occur since the dump got in?
Well, he said that he was going to do that, and he did. And me personally, hopefully that they will take that, the revenue off of that, and to the reparations, but that's just right. Because now, if you mind that you just support them, they don't like this anyway.
Yeah.
They don't like this anyway. They don't nobody about it.
Yeah, that's why it's FBA versus everybody, Shabaka.
Yeah, and so on that note, is that as we have stated, is that I think we go because we quit doing the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk. We're looking for another place to go to, but hopefully we could deal with that, on future episode of Frontline Black News.
Yeah.
And what it is that we got to be so fucking willing to help every damn body else and neglect our own. I mean, there's only one group of people out of my 50 plus years being on this planet that I saw that do that, and that's us. We so quick to go help every other group except ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Say, and call it a paradox, call it a phenomenon, or call it bullshit. But to quote Al Pacino in that movie, and Justice for All, something is very, very wrong here.
Yep, I agree, Shabaka. So this is from your hometown, your hometown, Chicago. the
Oh,
shot,
yeah.
and the ICE is out there getting them.
Mm-hmm.
Agencies converge on Chicago. New video tonight showing ICE and other federal agents knocking on doors and making arrests. ICE confirming, alongside multiple federal partners, they've started, quote, conducting enhanced targeted operations today in Chicago to enforce U.S. immigration law.
If you're in the country legally, it's not okay. It's not okay to violate laws of this country.
White House border czar Tom Homan on ABC's This Week, admitting there may be arrests of people with no criminal background, particularly in sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary cities lock us out of the jails. So instead of ICE being able to arrest the bad guy, the criminal alien, in the safety and security of the jail where the officer's safe, the alien's safe, and the public's safe, sanctuary cities release them back in the community.
New pictures released by the Drug Enforcement Agency show Homan and Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove alongside federal agents in Chicago. ICE says it's working with the FBI, ATF, DEA, Border Patrol, and U.S. Marshals Service.
Yeah.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson weighing in with a statement tonight, saying in part, there have been confirmed reports of ICE enforcement activity in Chicago today. Per city code, Chicago police were not involved in this immigration enforcement activity. On CNN today, Governor J.B. Pritzker said violent criminals who've been convicted and are undocumented should be deported. But he's afraid President Trump will cast a wider net with his long-promised mass deportations.
Now, what they're also doing, though, and it's quite disturbing, is they're going after people who are law-abiding, who are holding down jobs, who have families here, who may have been here for a decade or 2 decades, and they're often our neighbors and our friends. And why are we going after them?
Illinois Senators Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth releasing a joint statement tonight saying in part, quote, we stand with the immigrant community in Chicago and across the country, and our offices and caseworkers are ready to help those who are improperly caught up in these raids.
Oh, ain't that some shit?
Well, Chicago, my kind of town. Yeah. But what's really going on? You know what I'm saying?
Like Marvin Gaye, what's going on?
Yeah, what's really going on?
What the hell is going on?
Now,
well, let's go. Brandon Johnson about to get recalled. That's what's going on, Shabaki.
Oh, that's great news.
And the super mayor, she being investigated for fraud and embezzlement and all kinds.
Okay, well, let the super mayor go. She's only doing is she's keeping up with traditions there in Crook County. You see what I'm saying? Super mayor got paid. You know what I mean? Hopefully she ain't bed wenching.
From Dalton and Thornton Township.
You know, I mean, like I said, I can't go out here and vote for these motherfuckers no more, man, because you reach a certain age in your life when you can say, well, I did what I could do. Shit still went down the toilet. So now I just got to make sure I'm comfortable in my final days. You see what I mean? Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying what the mayor of Dalton, Illinois is doing is right. I'm just saying is due to the history of the graft and corruption that you have in the city of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? She's, you know, following the norm.
That's a damn shame, but
it is. It really is. And
agents have been showing up to multiple places around the city of Chicago. Fox 32's Nate Rogers joins us now with more details on the agency's operations. Nate.
Absolutely, Tia and Dane. Good evening to the both of you. The border czar was in Chicago today. Tom Homan visiting various neighborhoods, according to sources. Agents were spotted in Albany Park, Garfield Park, also right here in South Shore. As ICE has confirmed operations beginning today. We spoke to many residents who say they're now on edge.
They noticed us because we kept an eye on them.
Federal agents surrounding a home here at 99th and Commercial. It happened early this afternoon.
It was about, like 5 unmarked cars. And at first, I thought it was just the police. And then they all just came out. And then I seen his badge, and I was like, oh, wait, it's really ICE.
Why is they putting them in the car with handcuffs on?
This citizen app video showing more agents in Garfield Park. On X today, ICE saying they're, quote, conducting enhanced targeted operations in Chicago, enforcing immigration law, preserving public safety and national security by keeping potentially dangerous criminal aliens out.
No one opened the door, luckily. Yeah, but they were out here, like 5 minutes, if that, and then other police officers pulled up, and then everyone just scattered.
Also on X, Mayor Johnson saying CPD was not involved and his team is working closely with officials. A top police source telling Fox 32, although CPD was informed of general locations for the operations, there is no collaboration. CPD is not given specific addresses, names, or violations.
I voted for President Trump. I like President Trump. I like his ideas. But I think on this issue, if anyone deserves papers, it's these people that have been here a long time and they're working and they are paying their taxes.
Back here in South Chicago, it's unknown who agents were looking for. Jesus Gonzalez has lived on the block 30 years. He says his neighbors are great.
They're targeting the wrong people. People are afraid to go out. People are afraid to go to work. That's not right. That's not what America's about. America's about living the dream.
And tonight, Fox News is reporting, according to Border Czar Tom Homan, multiple national security threats, quote, were taken off the streets right here in Chicago, including aggravated sex offenders and convicted murderers. Also, Mayor Johnson wants to assure everyone knows and understands their rights. The Know Your Rights resource guide can be found online at Chicago.gov. Reporting live from the city's South Shore neighborhood, Nate Rogers, Fox 32.
Well, Chicago with certain traditions. Okay. After all, it was the home of Al Capone for many, many years.
Yeah.
Okay. This shit that they showing you, I'm not saying they're telling the truth. I'm not saying that they're lying. The only thing I could say, ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Okay. And how come no black businesses are coming up now? Because it seems to me with Trump repealing the Civil Rights Act or the Civil Rights Act, that gives us a free hand in black business to hire our own fucking people. Now, what do I mean by this? Hiring the ones who want to go out and do the right thing. Hire the ones that want to learn trade skills and reinvest off in the black community. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And we can make an economical shift for the benefit of our people. See, I might not be here with you, but I do believe in us as a people. Of all that we've been through, we still prevailed. You see what I'm saying? And I would love to see that. I really would. Just like how that asshole of the Washington Commanders that says, well, if you goddamn niggers don't like the way we're doing things in the NFL, form your own goddamn leagues. That motherfucker's got a point.
Well, the Commanders went down to the Eagles.
So
it's going to be a repeat of last year. Queens to the Eagles. Super Bowl 58.
Okay.
Or 59.
Right, because they smashed the 49ers last year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see a nice friendly game of football. You know what I'm saying?
Goddamn Buffalo. They had a chance, though. They really did.
Man. Only thing that I'm glad is that no ponies are going.
Well, we know goddamn well no Gators are definitely not going.
No, well, man, it's going to take them at least 3 seasons to rebuild the team. They find every fucking body. You know what I'm saying? That's great news.
Yeah.
But the ponies are back in the barn. The GMO oats didn't work.
And y'all still at the bottom of the ship. That ship.
Yeah. Yeah, Raiders is shipwrecked. Only a fucking idiot would argue with the undisputed truth. You know what I'm saying? Raiders is shipwrecked like a motherfucker.
In the middle of the desert.
In the middle of the goddamn
Sanctuary
desert.
City. Mayor Michelle Wu. Hello, Mayor Wu. How you doing? I remember covering a story out of there where you had the migrants in shelters while a homeless FBA working 40 hours a week had to live in his car, couldn't get in the shelter. Right? He had a job. Couldn't get in the shelter. But the migrants are in the shelter. Well, I want you to watch who Michelle Wu, Mayor Wu, Democrat Sanctuary City, type of people that she was harboring in this city, which is utterly ridiculous. Let me go ahead and cue this up. Let's go ahead and cue this up. Now y'all tell me if these are kind of people you want here to stay in America.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Yo, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls a collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in 2023 as part of President Biden's controversial migrant flights mass parole program. Well, they just picked him up yesterday because he's been arrested locally for sexual assault. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Mallusion, it was fascinating to watch all of that. I think I was just saying to Bill, this is terrible for Joe Biden and the legacy that he tried to leave behind. A question from me, how soon will they actually be leaving the country? Does that take a long time?
It depends what country they're from. If they're from cooperable countries like El Salvador, Guatemala, countries like that, it can be quick. It can be within days or weeks. If it's countries that are harder to deport, countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much, it can go into a process of months. But the Trump administration is changing policies with something called expedited removal. The bottom line is people at home don't need to understand all the policies. The Trump administration is just going to work as fast as they can to get all the people you just saw on camera there out of the country as fast as possible. They're also going to use their State Department, now led by Marco Rubio, to put pressure on countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much when it comes to those deportations.
Bill, just two points of clarification here. It seems a lot of these crimes are associated with sex crimes. I'm just looking at the list a bit earlier today. I don't know if that generally is the case or not. And second, if Boston's a sanctuary city, how are they allowed to do this? Because we told there would be resistance.
Boston doesn't have to cooperate with ICE, but there's nothing they can do to stop ICE from coming into their city and enforcing the law. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And that's the point ICE makes to us is, look, they don't have to cooperate with our detainer requests. They don't have to tell our officers when they're releasing somebody from jail. But we're going to do our job. We have our intel guys out in the field. We have people with eyes all over the place, and we're going to snatch those guys. So they can make ICE's job more difficult, longer, and more dangerous, but it's not going to stop ICE from doing the job, guys. The bottom line is ICE says it's safer for everybody involved if locals would just hand these guys over in jail once they're arrested, but they don't. They let them out onto the streets. They don't tell ICE about it, so ICE has to spend a lot of resources gathering intel, finding these guys, and then going out into the community to do arrests, which could be dangerous. You saw that combative Haitian man, and then you saw, in the case of that one MS-13 member, his friend got snagged. They weren't even looking for him. They were looking for the MS-13 guy. They picked him up because a sanctuary jurisdiction released the MS-13 guy. ICE found him and then found the guy he was in the apartment with. They found out he was an illegal alien as well. So now he's going to be deported too.
Wow.
All right. So I wanted you to hear all that. Okay. So let me start it over real quick. We got to go into this just one section. Now you heard all those horrible crimes.
Yeah.
You heard those crimes. And the Democrats want to have these people roaming your local communities. The Democrats. This is who the Democrats are defending. But listen to this guy again.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
17 convictions. 17. And this is who the Democrats are defending.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
That's how I want to focus on. See that? He thanking the Democrats, but this guy is a career criminal. Career criminals that the Democrats will allow to roam the local communities, to terrorize local communities. This is who the Democrats support criminality, but we saw that in San Francisco, which is, hey, California's Democrat Central, right? And businesses is just leaving Oakland, leaving San Francisco in the thousands. Businesses are leaving. Why? Because, hey, I wouldn't have a business there either. If every time I look up, you're breaking in my business, I will close shop and leave too. You know how much money it is to be replacing things that you trying to make money? Business is hard on a good day when you don't have criminality happening. So the Democrats sanctuary said, listen, I will say this much, Donald Trump and the Republicans, y'all need to put a law on the books while y'all got the chance that no more sanctuary cities, that local police have to assist ICE and anything like that. Put that in a federal law and pass that jump. Because these sanctuary cities obviously is a local threat to the population, and in turn, at the same time, a national security threat. How is it that they can say, well, we're not going to follow federal law, we're not going to assist you, but they would have no problem assisting them in putting us in jail,
right, as
black people? They ain't got no problem doing that.
None.
But when it comes to them, they can roam the streets being straight criminals, dangerous to society.
I wouldn't be surprised, that dude.
The one guy, the Haitian guy, 17 arrests, 17 different things, and he's roaming the street, gang member. He's roaming the streets, and he's thanking Biden and Obama. Boy, I tell you. And you black folks that were mad at black people that say, nah, I'm choosing the couch. I ain't voting for these people. Now you see why they said that? Or some black people even voted for Trump. Now you see why they said it? They wasn't voting to continue this criminality.
Right.
That can happen to your family member. You understand? Now, let's go to a sister in Chicago. She has a report on what's been happening in the general streets ever since Trump has been in office. Let's go and cue up what this sister has to say.
Ever since Trump took office, the traffic has been light. The streets been clear. I get off of work at 2:30, and by the time I pick up my daughter, we on the expressway headed home on the damn ride by 2:55, and it normally take me from 35 to 40 minutes to get home. All this week, it's been taking me like 15 minutes or less to get home. I work downtown Chicago, And it's normally like morning traffic, just people out, people driving. And since he took office, I haven't been experiencing none of that this week. The traffic is down. It's barely people outside. So you mean to tell me that all them people, y'all know what I'm talking about, like, they taking up all the space like that. They causing all the traffic because everybody's disappearing. But I like it like that. I like getting home in 15 minutes. I know I'm not the only one experiencing this, right? Let me know if y'all experiencing the same thing. The traffic is down in Chicago. It's down big time, especially this week. And I love it.
All right. So the sister from Chicago is saying that ever since Trump been in office, them Chicago streets been a little bit more clear. You know, that the sister can get home a lot faster. You see, you remember when I was telling y'all about all the people they're bringing into the, you know, that Biden and Kamala was bringing into the country? And remember, I was saying that the reason why your food price is so high is because you have so many people trying to get the food. Way more than the people that should be here. You know, capitalism works on supply and demand. If you have more demand than supply, prices go up. You have more supply than demand, prices go down. So removing all these people removes more of the demand, and hopefully we can get that supply back up where the prices can drop. You understand? So that's one good thing.
Uncle
Trump
Phil
hasn't even been in office a week. And I mean, it's like an earthquake happening globally with the situation with Trump. Now, this is something else I wanna talk about and address. I want to talk about two things. There's two videos I want to play. One of a sister and one of a Latina. I want to play these two videos, and I actually want to address both of them. Well, let's go ahead on and address this first one, and we'll get to the second one because it's something we all need to discuss as Black people.
For the people saying they have not seen one comment of the Black community saying to go back to Mexico, it's even worse. They are saying they're turning people in. I at least have had 15 comments of people in the Black community saying they were gonna turn us in. Like I said, it's good.
And I just want to touch bases on that right there. This ain't our business.
Right.
This ain't our business. We don't have no concern. Just like y'all turn y'all heads when we had to go through our own struggles and trials and tribulations that we still got to face and that we going through to this day. Girl, this ain't our concern. Okay? We don't got nothing to do with this. This ain't about no shade, no racism, none of that. We have to wash our hands with this situation. What y'all want us to do? Y'all like Black people are the savior for every other race, but when it comes to us, nobody wants to save us. So what do y'all expect? We just gotta turn the cheek like y'all had to turn the cheek when we was going through the same situation, baby. It is what it is.
Before I get to that video, the second one. Yes. So I want to tell Black folks that, hey man, we have so much issues in our community that we need to be taking our energy and solving those issues and problems. We have so many things that we need to solve. Don't come over here. And that particular lady that she had on her phone, I recognize that lady because she was saying some real greasy things about, you know, FBAs. She really was. And I say, who is this lady? Because it popped up. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how the lady was talking greasy about FBAs. Now you're on here talking about the Black community and them saying about, you know, calling ICE. Well, in particular, that lady, I know why they're saying it to you in particular, because of the shady things that you were saying about Black folk. That's why they're saying in particular to you in your chat. Because I do remember some of her videos, right? But this is not our, it's like, no, it's not our problem. It is not our problem whatsoever. They have a lot of them been here 10, 20 years. And you didn't take care of your paperwork? You had Biden for 4 years. You still didn't take care of your paperwork? And then the ones that's criminals, we don't need you here. Now, let's play this other video real quick because I got to give an education, because what we got to do is we got to stop them keep reaching out to us and lay it back in their lap. Let's go. Hold on.
Comprehend the support from the African American community to Donald Trump and mass deportations. They don't like you guys
African
either.
bitch, get it right.
If all
Otherwise,
Mexicans
don't
leave
comment on
tomorrow,
our
guess who they're
situation.
going to
Shut
pick
the
on
fuck
next?
up.
The next minority, which is you guys. They can deport us because, you know, we're not from here. We're illegal. Go back to your country. They can't deport you guys. You guys are born here. So what do you think they'll
No,
do
they
about
just
you
kill us,
guys?
bitch, and put us
And
up
get
on
away with
fucking
it.
charges for life imprisonment. Ask that stinking bitch Kamala Harris in California.
Deporting us is not going to solve America's
You need
issues.
to shut the fuck
So,
up. We don't know what the fuck you talking
why are you
about.
guys so supportive of somebody that doesn't like minorities? Seriously, think about it. Just because you're born here doesn't mean you're one of them. I promise.
But you trying to get like one of them.
Okay, all right. I want to address her. Now, first and foremost, not every Mexican in America is an illegal immigrant. That's first and foremost, and I'm going to play one actually a little later. But why are you laying it at the feet of us?
Right.
What you mean we next? We are default. You know, like the default setting, everything is automatically us. And as long as it's on us, everybody's cool, right? Everybody's cool. When black people say, hey, man, let's have a coalition. Let's have black and brown. You know, hey, y'all minorities too. Y'all deal with some racism too. You know, whatever. Hey, let's join together. No, you did not want to join together. Your organizations like LULAC did not want to unify with black people. Especially that famous quote with Felix Tijerina. He said he did not want to unify with us. Let us deal with our own problems. When black folks wanted to unify. Jesse Jackson wanted to unify. Black and brown.
Jesse Jackson.
Minister Farrakhan wanted to unify. Black and brown. Anybody you could think of that any kind of black political voice, they always say black and brown, black and Asian, black whatever, black and LGBT.
Oh, hell
and black
no.
folks forever wanted this coalition, and you didn't want it. Matter of fact, the majority wanted to join with the folks. When you got in certain positions, Sheriff Villanueva out there in LA County, look at what kind of department you running. Then you had the white supremacist cop gangs, literally, and you had a whole bunch of people in her community joining with them.
Yeah.
And doing things to black people.
About that, Uncle Phil.
But now, since the folks and showed you that you're not on the team, you never have been. Now here you come talking about black people. That's why a lot of black people say, yeah, we cool, man. Right. Don't involve us with anything, because black people forever have stood up. Black people have forever have say, hey, don't do that to those people. Right. Don't do, these are poor people. This is not right. This is the, you still got a couple of bleeding hearts here and there. It's not like it used to be. And we trying to deal with it. We need to regulate on the bleeding hearts in our community who's off code, because that's off code at this point. If you want to be a bleeding heart, there's a lot of black children in our community that need you. We got elderly in our community that need you. We have homeless people in our community that need you. We have people who's sick and shut in that may need you, right? We got people that maybe need some financial help or something that may need you. We have so many things in our people in our community that you could really use your bleeding heart toward. Because when we want to unify with all these other groups, they all said, no, we don't want to unify with you. They constantly kept doing that as a group. We're not talking about individual people you may know who are cool or who are down. We're not talking about them. If they cooling down, we cooling down with them, no matter what group they come from. But we talking about the whole. The whole of the group did not want to unify with FBAs. And young lady, let me show you something else. So now when I say I'm going to put it back on your lap, let me show you something else. So Trump promised that he was going to do mass deportation. common sense would say if Trump was going to do something that I know was going to target black people, I'll say, oh man, he's really coming after black people, right? It's safe to say that just about every FBA would have voted against Trump if we knew that he was targeting us like that. And he said, hey, when I come in there, I'm going to, get rid of every protection, every right. I'm going to get rid of this and that, everything that black people fought for. I'm getting rid of it. Day one. If he just even said those words, I promise you, he would not be president right now. But ma'am, let me show you what your community did. Now, let me get up on the screen here. Let me get up on the screen. Hold on. One more thing. Boom. All right. Because like I said, I don't like to just talk. I like to give people a reason to have when people tell you something like, oh, black people, why don't you say anything? Why don't you fight? Well, ask them this question. If you knew that Trump was potentially may come after you, why did the men of your community vote 54% for Trump?
Right.
Now, black men did increase their vote for Trump at 21%, but still the majority of black men did vote Democrat. A lot of us sat out, though. The women of their community voted 39% for Trump, and black women voted 7% for Trump. The majority of black women, 92%, voted for Kamala Harris. Now, let me ask you this question. Why are you telling black people anything? Maybe, just maybe, and I'm not, I don't support no Kamala Harris, but I'm just talking about common sense and reality. Don't tell us nothing if you voted 54% for Trump when he promised to mass deport you.
Right.
Maybe if you would have probably voted, I don't know, the majority probably for the lady who was going to protect y'all. That's the thing. Kamala's probably mad at y'all too because she was investing her time into y'all. She was all about immigration. And when it was time to show up for Vice President Kamala Harris at that booth, you didn't do it as a community. You didn't. We got the numbers right here. Don't put us in it.
Right.
The Democrats didn't offer us nothing. And you still see black men 77% and black women 92%. That's what the offer of nothing. She was offering immigrants everything, literally. And then look your friends over here, the people that you want to join with, look at how they voted. 60% for the white men and 53% for the white women. That's your friends that you want to join with. These people right here want all y'all out. They definitely want you out.
Now you see why my last comment.
If you'd have joined with the black vote,
right?
And actually thought about yourself for a minute, if you'd actually listened to Minister Farrakhan, if you'd have listened to Jesse Jackson, listen to all those leaders like that won the black and brown coalition, then you wouldn't be getting kicked out right now. But no, a lot of you want to join with these people up here, want to talk like these people, calling us lazy, telling us we're not complying with the police, we shouldn't be doing this, we should be getting a job and all of the, okay. So this is what I'm gonna say to those who talked like that. I'm not saying everybody did, but if you was talking like that toward us, the George Zimmermans of the world, them types, hey, don't run from ICE. Comply. That's all I'm saying. Don't tell FBAs anything. I seen this one video of a woman say, "Where's the Black Panthers and the Brown Berets?"
Oh man, I gotta put myself on mute, man. I have no comment on that. I'll be back in a minute, man.
I don't agree with her immigration policy at all, but she was going to protect. How is it that the people that needed Kamala Harris the most didn't show up for her? That's what I don't get. I don't get that. But I'm gonna tell you why I get it. Because they got a problem within their own community. That's not our problem. Let me show you a lady from their community. One of the people that did vote for Trump, I know she did just by the way she talked. Let me go ahead and cue this up. Hold on.
You can call us everyday Americans heartless all you want, because I'm gonna tell you something. We don't care. We don't care if your feelings are hurt now. We don't care if you are homeless now. We don't care where the hell you need to go to get back where you're going. We don't care. Okay? Because you tracked your way to America, okay, and decided you wanted to live off the system. Did you care for us everyday Americans who are struggling to pay into the system? You took your hand and put it in the cookie jar, and you kept pulling everything you could because you are selfish, SOB. And now you think that we are supposed to have some sort of sympathy and empathy for you? Absolutely not. I hope that Tom Homans comes after every single one of you, because the thousands of dollars that you have cost us and the amount of years that it would take us to get our economy back, I wish you go back and you stay. And every penny that you spent and you thought eating those lobster dinners was great, that you eat. Okay, let me not go there, but I'm just gonna say, we don't care, all right?
All right, so that lady right there, you know, I saw some people thinking that lady, she's Asian. She could be, but I thought I heard her accent, right?
Yeah, she sounds like she's Filipino.
Whoa, boy.
The we, I guess.
Congratulations after me, boy, man. You guys got your work cut out for you.
All right.
So regardless, she's still part of the immigrant class, right? And there are people who are part of the immigrant class that want them out.
Mm-hmm.
And they people probably came as immigrants as well. So the immigrants want the first generation immigrants, second generation immigrants want these other immigrants out. Yeah. So a lot of them went vote for Trump too because they want them out. So the issue is within their own community. Has nothing to do with FBAs. Once again, FBAs run off at the mouth, but factually, either a lot of FBAs sat it out, which is true, a lot of FBAs sat it out. Yes, more voted for Trump this time, more black men. Can't even say the black women. But FBAs still were not getting anything from the Democrat Party, still voted for her more than the people that needed her the most. See, that's why, like I say, that's why she's salty. That's why she's mad. That's why you're not gonna hear her say nothing about Trump deporting nobody. Why? Because Trump Kamala be like, I don't care. I was gonna fight for them. I was gonna do this for them. They go think about it, Kamala.
I'm not
She's sitting up here putting up all this immigration agenda.
Now.
And then when Kamala sit down and look at the numbers and see a lot of the people that she fought for, even white women, let's call it what it is, white women too, immigrants and white women did not show up for her. They showed up for Trump. Yeah, she hot. Oh yeah, she hot. She hot for real, for real. That's why she not cackling no more.
Yeah, no more cackle.
When she saw them numbers.
Is she French? She probably French or Filipino, Leonard.
White women didn't show up for her. Latinos didn't show up for her. A lot of other groups didn't show up for her. You gotta keep black folks out of that. That's why I don't want to hear no talk about from no Democrat shit where you see, yeah, black people, y'all didn't show up. Like, actually, what we need to show up for, we wasn't offering anything.
That was my next question.
The people that was offering something didn't show up. That should be the story of the election, not us. We wouldn't offer the freaking thing.
Right.
So don't come over here talking about, oh, black people, they're gonna come after you. Like, what is that, a threat or something? Like, please, coming after us. I mean, like they say, don't threaten me with a good time.
All right.
That's what we used to. We used to that. Like, what more are they gonna do?
Right.
Seriously, what more are they gonna do they haven't done already?
Right.
We're not afraid of that. We used to that.
Right.
Black people, you gonna be next. Next? When have we not been next?
Right. I'm
just saying, don't let people run around here trying to bring you into their mess because you did the right thing. Listen, FBA, you did the right thing for years. You wanted to unify with everybody who wasn't the folks. You spoke up for everybody's causes who was suffering. You took everybody into your neighborhoods, no matter who they were and where they come from. And you didn't ask for no money or nothing in return, because you just wanted to be good people, because you know how it feels to be marginalized and discriminated against. You have voted in ways to help out other communities where you felt that was marginalized. And when these communities had got in position, the first thing they did was join with the folks and be against you. The same people that you helped, not because you wanted anything from them, but because you just wanted to see them be okay and see them do good. You understand what I'm saying? So these people cannot come up to you, try to shame you, gaslight you. Oh, why y'all not saying nothing? Don't y'all think it's wrong? Trump gonna get y'all? Like, we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it.
Right.
We have finally understood the scripture. Don't cast your pearls before swine. And Black America has been casting our pearls before swine for a very long time.
Yep.
And them pearls was trampled underfoot by that swine. Mm-hmm. And Black America has finally said, no, I'm gonna keep my pearls right on my neck. I'm getting away from the swine. And if I'm gonna cast my pearls anywhere, it's gonna be among my community. I'm gonna sow seeds in good ground. I'm not gonna be around people that want to join with people that don't like them and don't like me either. I'm not gonna waste my time with that.
Right.
You'll find out in the end, and a lot of them are finding out in the end and finding out the hard way. We told all these groups, the folks don't like nobody but themselves.
Yep.
You can be the little anti-Black mascot, but as Vivek Ramaswamy found out, when you get out of line of being an anti-Black mascot, they're going to put you in your place real quick because they don't like you either. Mm-hmm. This is a global thing. The folks don't like nobody but themselves.
Yep.
They only smile in your face and whatever to get something out of you, to use you for money, resources, pleasure, entertainment, whatever. But when the rubber meets the road, they don't want to share no money with you. They don't want to share power with you. They don't want to share land with you. They don't want to share resources with you. They don't really want to do any of that. We told all of you that because we know them like the back of our hand, literally. We know them. But a lot of you run around here talking about we lazy, saying we playing the victim, right? Why y'all always talking about, racism, right? Didn't we hear a lot of them say that? Why we always talking about racism?
Yeah.
Why y'all all will stop committing crimes and the police won't bother you? Well, the police didn't really beat you or shoot you for nothing. You must have did something, right?
Yeah, they're saying all that.
You want to repeat everything the folks said to us. And now the folks is coming after you. And now you have to think about it. And now you got to eat every word you said to us. Yeah. And you can't say no racism because I don't want to hear racism at all. Because when it was us, it wasn't racism, right? It wasn't racism. So clearly with ICE, it's not racism, right? It's just they're doing their job. You're breaking the law. And maybe if you wouldn't break the law, they wouldn't come after you. We talked about racial profiling. You say we making it up. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm hearing some racial profiling happening to you. I guess that's made up too. Because we just want to be victims, right? I recently saw a woman that was from Canada. She's a Canadian citizen, but because she looked Latino, they was giving her a hard time. Racial profiling, right? Clearly. But when we said that all the time, hey, we got to stop this racial profile. We need laws. We need this and that and the third. They want to hear talk about that, right? Maybe if you'd have had a black and brown coalition, a black and Asian coalition, a black and Arab, whatever, had a coalition, then maybe these things wouldn't be happening right now. But no, this is what happens when you want to join with the folks.
Yep.
Well,
that's what happens.
They always break their tools.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's really it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, shoot.
Yep. That is it. So yeah, the ICE raids have begun, and now the migrants is coming to FBA for help. Please help us. They deport me, my family.
Well, go see Jesse Jackson. Go see Uncle Tim Scott. I ain't got shit for you, motherfuckers.
FBAs, where are you? Shout out to Black Alpha. FBAs, where are you? Where are you?
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, you know, a lot of people are afraid right now because Trump and ICE and Tom Homan is going door to door. They're hitting all the major cities. They're not playing. Well, a lot of, you know, the immigrants are starting to get some act right. And now some of the immigrants who didn't want nothing to do with us, immigrants that did not want to join any kind of union with us, right? Now all of a sudden they want to reach out to FBAs, and I'm getting offended at this point. But let's go ahead and play this clip.
Amazed of how many people from the Black community are telling me to go back to Mexico, telling Mexicans to go back to Mexico because we're illegal and it's a crime. It was also a crime when your ancestors went to Mexico, when they were escaping the white people in Mexico helped them. A lot of Mexicans got killed for that. They helped them. They help your people. We didn't oppress you guys. And this is how you guys pay us. In the past, Black people needed Mexicans. Right now, Mexicans need you guys. And in the future, you never know because things change. Sometimes maybe the white people are going to need us. Maybe the Black people are going to need us. You don't know because God give us things, give us blessings, but he can take them away so fast. So you need to be humble. You need to be humble.
Now,
Lady, you don't know what the fuck you're
why
talking
what
about.
she says is offensive to me.
Don't get me started.
No,
Yeah, I'm not even.
it was all good about a week ago, wasn't it? It was all good about a week ago. You wasn't talking like this at all, ma'am. We can easily go back to your TikToks and see you wasn't mentioning anything about needing FBAs. But now, this week, Donald Trump gets in office, and all of a sudden, hey, what are FBAs at? Well, let's address something she said historically. Yes, she's 100% correct. They were escaped slaves from Texas that went into Mexico. The slave owners tried to go retrieve them, and the Mexican army did fight them and kill them for trying to come into Mexico to retrieve slaves. They were slaves like John Horace and the Black Seminoles. They went down there to Mexico as well. We know about Gaspar Yanga and all the different things that happened over there. Now, that's true. But let's talk about the conditions of Black people in Mexico. The Black Mexicans wasn't even recognized till when? About 2015-ish or so, somewhere around there?
Yeah,
so if you just start counting them,
2015.
Colorism is horrible in Mexico. The darker you are, the more the problem. If you're Black or you are indigenous, like the Oaxacans, people like that, you treated like crap in Mexico. Let's call it what it is. Why haven't they had a president in Mexico that looks dark like a Oaxacan or a Black Mexican? Have you seen one? You haven't seen one, have you? All of them got this white look, right? The past president, what they call him, AMLO, and the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum, they all look white. They don't look indigenous. They don't look Black at all. Mexico has a major racism problem. So let's not talk about that, ma'am. And that's why some of you come over here and you have a problem with black folk, because in your homeland you have a problem with black folk, with the black Mexicans.
Yep.
That's over there. That's number one. Number two, you only want to use my people.
Yep.
Because you fear that Trump and ICE is about to get you. For years, black Americans have wanted a black-brown coalition. Black and brown, black and brown. Hey, you know, it's black and brown people. And you know what the police do to black and brown people? Hey, discrimination against black and brown. Hey, job discrimination against black and brown. Oh, they redlining black and brown. Everything was black and brown, black and brown, black and brown. And ma'am, people of your community didn't want a black and brown alliance. You wanted to side with the white people. And now the good white people are showing you that they didn't want no alliance with you. They never had an alliance with you. They only ally with themselves. And we tried to ally with all of you.
I don't think so, Shabbat.
And all of you said, hell no. I don't want no ally with any of you black folks.
In Mexico City.
And now we've said, okay, we cool. It is what it is. Do you have some black people saying, go back to Mexico? Yeah, you have some. Oh, yeah, you do. But even the majority of black people still not saying that. The majority isn't saying it. But it's offensive to only need somebody when you're in trouble. So I guess when you out of trouble, you don't need us no more. Yep. You don't need the black community. Then you have the nerve to say humble ourselves. Why do we need to humble ourselves? What do we do? Why don't you go tell the white people? There's more white folks telling you to go back to Mexico. They always been telling you to go back to Mexico. We haven't even started that mess. They did it. They in the chat right now telling you the same thing. They probably calling ICE on you right now. But see, we told y'all. We told all of you. Them people don't like you. But you thought maybe because you're a little lighter skinned, your hair's a little straighter, you know, that you was good with them. You was in there with them. And the whole time black folks say, no, you wasn't. They didn't like you, man. How many times have we told you that? And see, a lot of you immigrants would have never found this out until Trump got elected. See, if Kamala would have got elected, that lady wouldn't be saying nothing right now, talking about, hey, FBAs, we need you. Oh. No. She's been talking all kind of cash-ish right now.
Yeah.
On black folks. And that lady is in LA. Yeah. You don't get me started how black folks are treated in LA by people in her community, all them gangs. Let's talk about that Hawaiian Gardens case where the feds had to go and arrest all them people in your community as gangs that was firebombing black people, taking Molotov cocktails and throwing them in black people's houses.
Yeah, that's in the city of Compton.
Ma'am, let's talk about that. What kind of black and brown alliance is that? Let's call it what it is. Why would black people want to save you at this point when you were doing when your people in your community was doing things like that, targeting black folk? Why would they want to help you? If anything, they probably would be trying to say, "Hey, Tom Homan, they over there." Because you let the males of your community run wild and do a bunch of things against black folk because you brought that anti-black racism from your homeland.
Yep.
So why? Yeah, now you need us. What? Okay, you get saved and then what? We get a Sheriff Villanueva that's targeting us in LA County.
Man. Yeah.
I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, they lost that war though.
I'm just saying.
And they was paid.
It's wrong.
And it's
completely wrong.
Paid $15 million.
Completely.
Yeah, you talking about the Mexican American.
But you talking about needing FBAs and all of that? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Go to your community. Go call LULAC. Go call your community. Y'all deal with ICE and Tom Homan yourself. That's not our issue. That's not our problem. You deal with it, ma'am. Leave FBAs out of it.
All right. Exactly. Leave us
Unleash the power of knowledge and
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercials. Motherfucking commercials, you got to pay us.
Hold your own nuts. We're not caping for the other groups.
We can't do it no more because we are in a state of emergency.
For 5-6 years now. We're not caping for the other groups. Some days are long over. So hold your own taco, hold your own burrito, and stay the hell up out of our shit. We know we're not coming to your rescue. None of that shit.
Okay, now I'm seeing this comment up here, Brother Chase. It shed me some light on it. FBA should not have to pay for ancestry tests.
Yeah, that's the next topic, Shabaka. But what are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just laid out about the Latinos?
Okay, we can't help them, man, because we are in a state of emergency.
Talking about
we black people in America are in a state of emergency.
We've been in that. We've been in that since we've been here. But
yeah.
But there's like Dr. Claude Anderson said, they use us for a numerical value, and then they abandon us in our time of need.
Yeah, well, there you go.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Okay, look. That's stupid if you thought we were going to come rescue you. Pay attention. We ain't rescuing nobody.
They didn't get the memo. Hold your own nuts.
I've said that forever. And no, it's when he came in and decided you were going to pilfer all of our benefits and think that you could take over shit. No, this is what you get.
Right.
Keep in mind, this started because they started to come over and we were being neglected already, and it got worse for us. You know, they got benefits that we weren't able to get. Got housing there so quickly when it takes us years to get housing.
Yeah, years and decades.
And then they thought they could just push their way through. All right, well that happened. Now it's not happening no more. So no, we can't. Of course, we can't cater for you. People are gonna do that anyway. Kumbaya, you know that shit? No,
we are the world.
This has been over.
We are the
Lord, oh man.
Mad at us because we were standing on our own shit and looking out for ourselves and whatever. I mean, nobody gets mad at you when you do it. When you're in your buffer classes, buffer races, and you just want to look out for your people, like the Hispanic people. And everything is all Hispanic all day long. No one gets upset with you. And even if we were upset, you weren't listening to us.
Right.
And managed to shut up about us for getting upset. So now we're over here kicking in, watching our own shit, just mind our own business, and everybody will just stop that and come help us. No. For what? There's nothing tangible in it. There never has been anything tangible.
These are the same ones that was telling us ain't no racism.
Right.
Damn.
It's not
Talk about some brain dead motherfuckers.
Racist anyway.
Keep in mind that we on that hashtag resurrection of the mental dead.
Yes, we do.
You don't know what's listening to me.
We're listening, Lady Shay. Finish it. Were you finished with your thought? Okay.
Yeah. Somebody's listening to me. I don't have nothing else to say. Okay. Karen.
Okay.
Fucking shit's raised my anxiety though. Make it quick.
Like I already stated, y'all can hold your own nuts. We're not caping for you. The cape has been off for 5 to 6 years. And count.
Yeah, we can't do it no more. We got to think race first.
Right.
Why? Because we all we got.
Yeah.
And in FBA's case, ethnicity first.
Yeah.
Because we are our own distinct ethnic group within the diaspora.
Yeah.
and lineage first. So we are on that. So you can hold your own nuts. Miss Selena, we can't do it no more, like Shabaka said. So moving along, FBA should not, I repeat, should not have to pay for ancestry tests. We tried to be cool with them fools, and they sold it.
Yeah, Yoda's right about that. Yeah.
Construction jobs, yep.
Yeah, he's right about that. And now to prove Yoda's point even further, Yoda, if you could pull up that Rebuild LA project after the rebellion in 1992, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Supposedly, you know, we were supposed to be in the first ones to get those jobs in construction over the Rebuild LA project, right? The last time I was in LA, I went through the Crenshaw district, and them same goddamn vacant lots with piles of dirt from the rebellion of 1992, you got grass growing on top of them.
Yep.
So much for Peter Uberoth and the Rebuild LA project. And what they were doing was they was going way out there to Orange County, giving motherfuckers out there them jobs. Not too many brothers got them jobs in the hood, man. And I'm putting that out there because I've lived through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, I mean, you know, Black family, we came a long way, but man, have we got a long way to go.
Connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple
those
App
apps. Fuck those apps.
With authentic
Fuck those
and diverse
apps.
Perspectives.
Not hating on them. Fuck those
Black
apps.
Americans to pay for the records of their enslaved family members is a form of ancestral enslavement, and we need to talk about it. You guys may have seen the discourse around like Black Brits who talk about how Black Americans don't know where they come from and they're not proud of their heritage. And a big part of that is because many of us don't know where we come from. In order for us to determine where it is that we come from, we often have to do like a deep dive into our own family history, which is something that I have been doing along with a few of my family members.
So what the lady was saying in this video was that FBA should not have to pay for ancestry testing, like your 23andMe, your Ancestry.com, and all of these other different ones that they have, simply because it is not our fault that we were brought here, one. But it's also very, very difficult in order for FBA to even find out where we may be from, you know, where our ancestors are from. And she goes into a whole thing. One thing that actually sprung this was the fact that she mentioned how you have Black British people will say, oh, look at FBA. Oh, look at you all. You don't know your history. You don't know what country you're from. You don't know if you're Haitian, Nigerian, from Cameroon. You don't know any of these. And the thing about it is we don't have that privilege. We didn't have that luxury in terms of even just data, having things written out. We weren't even considered people. I mean, what are we talking about here? You know, so it's much more difficult for FBA to find this kind of information out, contrary to what many people may believe. And I also do not think that it is right that people kind of make light of the fact that FBA do not know necessarily where they're from, you know, saying like, oh, but you don't know what country they came from. Well, how is that?
Exactly,
you know,
Yoda.
Somehow you're better than me, or you're better than this person. That's to me like a weird flex.
Yep.
It's just something that doesn't really make any sense. But she goes into this, which I thought was quite interesting. She mentions that before 1850 in America, FBA were not considered people. We were considered to be property. So yes, you have a nose, you got a mouth, you got fingers, you have toes, you have all that, but you're not a person simply because you're Black. You're not human. You're property. I own you is what that is.
Pretty much.
Okay. So because we were not
Skip Gates, I noticed he doesn't talk about that part.
Property.
Yeah.
If you wanted to find your family before a certain time, because people would be like, oh, Ancestry, yeah, 1900, I traced my people all the way back. If you want to find it before 1850, you would have to look under property, not people for the census. It would have to be property. That's where you would have to look for people, all right, for Black people. So it makes it much more difficult as opposed to like a white person. They don't have to look under that. They don't have to do all these little searches. They could just be like, oh, okay, this is my last name. This person goes here. This person goes here. This person goes here. Oh, okay, I traced my ancestry back all the way to 1800. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things with that. Also, one thing that was quite interesting was the fact that these records used to be just public access and public knowledge. It was not something that was behind a paywall. It was all free. But then it became privately owned. So then people said, well, now we got to go and charge you for information that we're going to go ahead and charge you for information that used to be free.
Yeah.
And it's much more difficult for FBA to figure out. But we're going to put it behind a paywall because, capitalism, right? So what you have to do is look at the slave owners and look at the property humans and see where you belong. Essentially is what that is. You have to go and find your ancestors. That's what's going on with it. She argues that this should be a policy that is a part of the guise of reparation, essentially. And I agree with all of it. When I first seen the video, like I seen the little tagline for it, I was like, oh. Then when I watched the video, I was like, oh,
I can hear you.
I didn't know all of this other stuff. Because, you hear about it, with history, there's so much history. You hear about it, but it's one of those things where it's like, are you processing it properly? And this is one of those things where I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, we weren't considered people. We were property. Oh, wow. They put us under property in the census and not under people. Wow. Who would have, we're just looking at it, 2025, but you have to think of how these people were thinking back then. Like, I'm not putting you in a human state. You're not. You're property, right? Even though obviously you are. And that's also another thing in regards to reparations and stuff like that, is how things are under, is how certain funds should be distributed, stuff like this. Yes, your FBA, it should be free because it is much more difficult for you to even find information out simply because of how things are and the fact that all this stuff used to be free, just like a lot of different things. All the stuff used to be free. So it's like, why not just let people have it? But
right.
As you know, Brother Che,
imagine uprooting your entire life, leaving behind everything that's familiar in search of a new beginning.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, as you know, Brother Che, I think you was with us at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced when we did it, but Brother Isaiah definitely was on the show.
Yeah.
Where we did a episode, if I got it right, that we are not Americans, and we had the one and only Mr. Oscar Brown Jr., who's from Chicago. And the opening statement, or I should say, the opening song that he did was actually like an early rap version, and it was called "Bid 'Em In, Bid 'Em In."
Yeah, I remember Shabaka.
Okay, on that right there, and that there, I feel, was a more accurate description because I believe Oscar Brown Jr. made that record in 1960. And Oscar Brown Jr., he was from Chicago, just like Jerry Butler was, the Emotions, Curtis Mayfield, and what have you, okay? And when you listen to that monologue that Oscar Brown Jr. did, he pretty much had described what was happening there. Now, the reason why I'm placing value on it, because he made that in 1960. So that there was only 95 years that we, quote unquote, had been out of slavery. But then, of course, they reinstituted it, just like how they fucked us around when they took down that excellent video that you showed, where they still kept a lot of our people enslaved all the way up to the early 1960s. You see what I mean?
70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yes, sir. And this is why that they never wanted a slave to read, just like I told the Native American woman there in Montana when I was on my way, and I told you this, when I was on my way to Colorado for the first time, okay? Yeah. Say, because once the slave got to reading, he starts thinking. Yeah. Once he starts thinking, he starts realizing his goddamn position. And once he starts realizing that he's being brutalized and fucked over simply because of what he is, he starts rebelling. Say, and like Minister Malcolm said, now you got a right to defend yourself. Right. You see what I'm saying? Fuck a legal statute. You see what I'm saying?
Right. That's the first law of nature of self-preservation.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? So then for white America to come up to us with all this inclusive shit like old Kamala, and I'm going and Kamala, and I'm going to keep putting your words right back in your face for as long as I'm above that. I'm not going to do nothing strictly for black people now.
I got it right here, Shabbat.
Yeah, show it to the people again.
Yeah. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because
had our neck rolling, had a whole attitude with it.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure her throat got a lot of miles on it. You know what I mean? Okay, and so, and a lot of this knowledge, you say they don't want us to pass down. You say, just like when I was in the South, and I'll never go back into that motherfucker again. White fella gonna come up to me in Florida telling me about woke theory. I said, well, what in the fuck is that? That was the first time I heard the term, right?
Yeah.
And they says, well, they're saying, you know, that their people were victims and stuff like that. So I'm realizing where I'm at, okay? And although I'm getting information, okay, so I says, hey, man, just go on there and just tell me. Because I don't know if this motherfucker said, well, let me go up here and go see this nigga. And he's got one of his homies up there with a scope and a target with my head lined up in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so I just said, okay, man, you know, so I was playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah.
You say, so I says, okay, all right, fine, great, beautiful. You know, that's how you want to feel about it and stuff like that. And like I try to tell old stupid Sarge, oh man, we're all the same. No, we ain't, Sarge, because you know me and Sarge and our common argument of the hummingbird. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then also too, man, didn't we kick a dude off our platform one time, man, who kept talking about some dude named Cassius Clay that we ain't never heard of?
Yes.
Yeah. You see, you know, and we cannot sit here and allow ourselves to be sit up here.
Illusion. I think it was illusion. Or...
Yeah, somebody like that came up there with all that cussing and shit, and we went on and pushed the eject button on him. You know what I mean? This our shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Right. And then now, and I said it once. Okay, and I said it again. If there is truly going to be some racial healing in the United States of America, you got to have these conversations, but old Donald Duck is up there, so there's going to be a whole lot of them who's going to avoid it. You see what I'm saying? But it just goes on to show what we need to do for ourselves. And Skip Gates, with you being as brain dead as you are, Mr. Gates, I will not give you 50 goddamn cents for your DNA test.
Right. So we should not have to pay for no goddamn ancestry test at all.
Well, like I said, you know, my travels, Brother Che, when I was younger than you, you know, before this, as you said, this tetherism had became flagrant. You know, I would sit there and I would rap with brothers, you know, from the continent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's individuals though. The collective is like no.
Yeah, but as we know, when they come here to this country, what's that indoctrination thing from the State Department they got to go through, or make sure you don't have no contact or any type of camaraderie, with our slaves over here.
Yeah, when they come to customs.
Yeah, right. And the reason being, because if that there was to happen, then you will see, how much we got in common is because, as I stated, if you motherfuckers got stopped by the goddamn police department in this country, particularly LA County, you know what I'm saying? We already know what they're going to describe you as.
Yeah, they're going to describe you as, but the question is, what do they describe themselves as?
Well, you got a point on that. You see what I mean? And as I told you when I was out at UCLA one day, I was speaking to a sister from Nigeria.
Yeah.
And she had asked me, and I asked her if she was Yoruba. Wait a minute.
Yoruba.
I asked if she was Yoruba, Igbo, or and what's the third one right there, Brother Chabli Fulani, right?
Yeah.
And then the white people up there looking at me, man,
You're breaking up, Shabaka. We can barely hear you.
Okay, what about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, raggedy ass Bluetooth. Okay, all right. So, and she was kind of amazed, that I had such knowledge. And just like I told you.
Aren't they all? Because they think Americans is dumb as hell. Like, I lost count how many of them I have to. They be like, oh, you know about my country? Like, yes.
Say that again, please.
There's been many times I've ran into these tethers, if you will, or just on the diaspora, and they're like surprised to know that I know about their country.
Right. Yeah. Just say, and like I said, when I was in Denver, I was speaking to a sister out of East Africa.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I think it was East Africa.
Yeah.
And that's why I told you when she and I had a conversation. I says, well, you got more Africans here in America than a little bit. She said, what do you mean? I says, go to Harlem, New York. Go to the south and west side of Chicago. Go to Cleveland. Go to Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? Of course, go to Philadelphia, the Carolinas, and what have you.
Yeah.
You see? And so the white fella who I was with, I saw him looking a little bit uncomfortable. So I went on and changed the subject. But the point is, I still made my point. You just say. And it's just incredible, you know what I'm saying? It's all, what we have been through.
So, Shabaka, you did say that your family is in the process of tracing your lineage or your genealogy.
Yeah, because I got some family members of mine who had went to skip gates. I told them not to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's all good. And find out that another slave state where people came from was Tennessee. Yeah, Arrested Development. Yeah, climb the trees more. My forefathers hung at,
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore, Tennessee, Alabama. Okay, so now what I'm trying to do, if it's possible to do it, is to find okay, but I'm trying to find a point of entry off the
Tennessee River, Tennessee River off the Mississippi River, the river that runs through Alabama, the Tuscaloosa River in Alabama.
Yeah, ain't that there the river where they found the remains of Emmett Till at? Damn. And he was from Chicago.
Yep. I mean, he was down in Money, Mississippi, visiting his family for the summer.
Yep, in 1955.
Yep.
And then, of course, as we have stated before, that Ms. Mobley, his mother, had requested an open cast funeral, and she invited the whole press there to see it. You know, so therefore, some motherfucker, you know, and due to his ignorance, you know, who wasn't black that I was working with one time, had mentioned Emmett Till, right?
Yeah.
You know, because I think there was a rap record, man. Some dude said they beat it up like Emmett Till.
Oh, Eminem, not Eminem, Lil Wayne. Yeah, that was.
Yeah. So what I did was that I pulled up Emmett Till's photograph, you know, in his casket, and I showed it to him. I says, "Hey, man, just for your information, this is Emmett Till right here." And I told him just like that, and he looked at it, his mouth fell open. Well, man, we just, I says, "Look, man, okay, I understand you being ignorant, but don't ever mention Emmett Till to me like that in that tone of voice or like you did."
Yeah.
You know, well, man, you know what happened? I says, I don't want to talk about it out of respect for his family. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and then also too, Brother Che, there was a video. I don't know if I sent it to you, man. And it's been a minimum, man, of at least 6 years, okay, if you could recall it. There was a sister down in Antigua County, Alabama.
Yeah.
Well, she went to the African or the Slave Holocaust Museum, and they had all these wooden, how should I say, slabs of wood hanging up. And she was saying is that these slabs of wood symbolize each person, to the best of our knowledge, off of our research, of who were lynched down there in the South.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Ida B. Wells, who was from Chicago as well, too, she used to write about that, of what was happening down there in the South.
She used to write about the lynchings that was happening in the North, too. So there was
hell yeah.
Many lynchings in the North, if not more in the North than it was in the South.
And then not to mention the lynchings, man, that you got out here in the West. Pull up Taft, California, 1972.
Shit, pull up where are we at right now on Aurora.
Yeah.
Prior to 1970.
Damn. See, so this is the American ethos, meaning the group psychology of when they deal with us, you know, as a people, that it's okay to kill us. It's okay, you know, to marginalize us. It's okay, you know, to say that we're good for nothing, that we don't have a history, and we made no contributions.
We have no history. We have no culture.
Yeah, and didn't make no contribution, you know, not so much to America, but the world's economy. And also too, Brother Che, there was the sister. Okay, I think I tried to send it to your phone, man, but I think I got it in my phone. The sister who was addressing, it was either London or Paris, where she was addressing about the horrors of slavery, of how all these goddamn economies of Europe had benefited, you know, off of us, and they refer to Africa as shithole countries. You know, remember the orange dude talking about Africa is a bunch of shithole countries. But if it wasn't for these shithole countries, your goddamn U.S. economy or European economy would not exist without these raw materials from these shithole countries. Now the Chinese are there.
Yep.
See.
So, getting back to our neck of the woods, meaning here in America and the United States, what they don't tell you about the Great Migration.
Oh, yeah. From the south to the north.
From the west to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Or from the east to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine uprooting your entire life, leaving behind everything that's familiar in search of a new beginning. This was a journey for 6.5 million African Americans fleeing the oppressive South in pursuit of promise and opportunities in the American North. This movement, unparalleled in scale, reshaped the cultural and social landscape in the United States. So join us today while we embark on the journey of the Great Migration. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. Also, if you like audio only episodes, please check out the podcast.
Hey, Jay Militant.
But without further ado,
yeah, that's right. We ain't taking no shit from anybody.
African Americans face relentless hardship and systemic.
Yeah, you're right.
The region's agrarian economy was built on a foundation of slavery and sharecropping, which perpetuated cycles of debt and poverty for Black families. Racial segregation reinforced their second-class citizenship, limiting their access to education, healthcare, public accommodations. Political disenfranchisement through poll taxes and literacy tests left African Americans vulnerable to exploitation and racial violence, including lynchings that served only to terrorize and control Black communities. This created an environment where Black folks were looking to move. So by the time of World War I, there was already a movement among African Americans to leave the oppressive South and seek better opportunities north. But the war would accelerate this process, creating a labor shortage in northern factories due to the decreased European immigration. These factories were eager to hire African Americans from the South, and these opportunities combined with the realities of Jim Crow laws in the South prompted many to consider moving north. Papers like the Chicago Defender played a key role in spreading the word about these opportunities, portraying the North.
Yeah, Ida B. Wells used to write a lot for the Chicago Defender.
Shared stories through informal network, encouraging others to make the journey. From about 1910 to around 1930, the first migration significantly changed America's urban landscape. Thousands of African American families moved north seeking better chance at life. Railroads like the Illinois Central Railroad were vital routes for travelers connecting southern states like Louisiana with northern cities like Chicago. Detroit saw its Black population swell from just 6,000 to over 120,000 during this time period, mirroring the growth in northern cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. Although the journey north was challenging and often took stages, these migrants would lay the roots that would reshape the cultural and social landscape in those areas. Organizations like
Philip Randolph,
leaders like Robert Abbott were essential to helping Black migrants navigate the racial barriers and find footing in these northern cities. However, their arrival brought mixed reactions from the established Black communities who were wary of more newcomers and how they might affect the progress that they had achieved. Although the North promised industrial jobs, African Americans faced severe discrimination in the workplace. They were commonly given low-paying jobs with dangerous conditions, and many of the factories hired them last or paid them less than their white counterparts. And this unfair treatment made it hard for Black families to escape the poverty that they had left in the South. Also, housing
here comes the welfare system.
Practices like redlining prevented African Americans from buying homes in many neighborhoods, forcing them into
Los Angeles was famous for that shit.
Poor living conditions. These areas often underfunded the schools and limited access to social services, making life even more difficult. Additionally, as Black migrants moved into northern cities, they sometimes faced hostilities from the existing residents who saw them as competition for jobs and housing. This led
ain't got no room for you goddamn niggas up here.
That further isolated the Black community. And many migrants also experienced cultural dislocation, leaving behind their close-knit communities in the South, often led to feelings of loneliness in northern cities where life was faster paced.
So after World War II, everybody started hitting
contributed to stress and mental health challenges that was only made worse by the discrimination they were facing. Back in the South, the communities there also suffered from the loss of so many people. With fewer workers and leaders, these areas struggled financially and found it harder to fight for their own civil rights and better living conditions. And finally, health conditions were worsened for those who moved to the North. The stress of adapting to city life combined with poor living conditions and the lack of access to healthcare led to higher rates of diseases like hypertension and heart disease. And northern cities often didn't have the public health infrastructure to support this growing Black population. Yet, amidst these challenges, Black migrants demonstrated remarkable resilience and creativity. These overcrowded communities were gradually transformed into
you get dinner for $1.50.
Harlem, for example, became the epicenter of the Harlem Renaissance during the 1920s.
Can't even get a damn halfway decent cigar for that.
About the Great Migration, and it saw an explosion of Black art, music, and literature blending Southern blues
then
with northern urban sounds.
Early days of Hollywood, everybody got on the train ride, and I'm heading to Hollywood.
Thrive in Harlem's lively club scene.
And to find out they don't want your black ass living up there either.
Address themes of Black identity, racial justice through their work. Visual artists like Aaron Douglas and Jacob Lawrence vividly portrayed the Black experience on a visual medium using African motifs and depicting the Great Migration and urban life. Yet, the momentum of the first Great Migration was significantly slowed by the onset of the Great Depression in 1929. But even as economic opportunities declined, many Black Americans in the North still managed to establish an economic stability. So in the ashes of the first migration, the second Great Migration, which would span from around 1940 to 1970, which was driven by World War II, and the Civil Rights Movement. But unlike the first migration, this saw many Southern Blacks turn westward to cities like Los Angeles, Oakland, and Seattle. World War II created a demand for industrial labor as Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
I did a story on that when we were with Mile High News from Vallejo.
Industries just opened up job opportunities for Black Americans in factories and shipyards, especially since fewer European migrants had entered the United States. As a result, West Coast cities became bustling centers of activity. California was particularly attractive due to its economic opportunities and its reputation for being more racially tolerant. Many were drawn by the California dream, which promised upward mobility through home ownership and entrepreneurship. As Black Americans moved to these Western cities, they encountered both opportunities and the same difficulties that they have faced in places like Chicago, Detroit, and New York. They faced housing and job discrimination due to overcrowding, coupled with the rise of suburbs and white flight. City centers experienced defunded schools, aging infrastructure, and a new type of segregation. Despite these challenges, African Americans created strong communities and opened businesses, churches, and social organizations. They transformed these once predominantly white neighborhoods into thriving Black communities. The Great Migration represents one of the most monumental periods in American history, symbolizing a profound transformation of this nation's cultural, social, and political landscapes. In the short term, Black people were better off economically in leaving the South for better opportunities north. Even with the discrimination that they face, the South was built on racial discrimination and offered them limited opportunities for growth. Cities in the North offered industrial jobs with much better pay than they would have ever made as a sharecropper or any other manual labor job in the South. And this economic improvement allowed African Americans to enjoy a better standard of living with access to better housing, education, and healthcare. Additionally, the migration came with a sense of hope and empowerment as these communities established themselves in these new areas and later became cultural centers. Culturally, the Great Migration led to a flourishing of Black arts and intellectual movements, such as the Harlem Renaissance we talked about earlier. This movement happened thanks to the concentration of Black artists and thinkers in New York. It showcased important works of literature, music, and art that defied racial stereotypes and celebrated Black identity. deeply changing American culture. These developments changed how African Americans were perceived within their communities and within the larger society as a whole, because there was a time prior to the 20th century where people thought that African Americans could not produce art. Long term, the migration had important political effects. The demographic shift led to a change in the political landscape as African Americans gained more influence in those urban areas. African Americans started moving from historically Republican ties, looking for leaders who understood their needs. And this shift saw figures like Carl Stokes in Cleveland, Richard Hatchett in Indiana, becoming Black mayors and
I
highlighting
remember
the
Carl
power of
Stokes.
political engagement. But the Great Migration's most lasting impact was on the civil rights movement. As these populations grew, so did their voice, leading to more political representation and advocacy works. This would set the stage for the civil rights movement as African Americans organized to fight for equal rights and justice. The migration paved the way for future generations to pursue better education and career opportunities. By settling in areas that had better access to schools and colleges, Black families were able to break down the cycle of poverty that had been entrenched in the South, leading to better upward mobility, allowing future generations to enter professional fields that had once been out of reach. In the end, the Great Migration is a testament to courage and resilience and the unyielding pursuit of personal freedoms. It reshaped America's demographic, changed the political landscape, and seeded vital movements that would demand and secure Black civil rights. Even today, the legacy endures, as before the 20th century, over 90% of African Americans lived in the South. And by the end of the century, it was less than 40%. This is a powerful reminder of the legacy of a journey that sought to redefine what it meant to carry out the American dream. Thank you. This has been One Mic Black History. I'm your host, Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. Also, if you like audio-only episodes, please check out One Mic History wherever you get your podcasts. I'd like to thank all my financial contributors. Without you, none of this could be possible. And
yeah, motherfucker, we need some financial contributors too.
We can't go home after all we've been through. After all the country.
Don't come to America. Deported migrant warns others not to cross border.
Yeah, that's the next topic. But what are your thoughts on the Great Migration since your parents lived it?
Well, brother was pretty much accurate. You see what I mean? And I'm thinking at that time, this is just a guesstimation, is that we was mainly trying to get up under from that oppression of Jim Crow. You see, is because it's been a proven fact that in our community, the high rate of strokes, high rate of heart attacks, say all this shit here is stress related. Yeah. You see what I mean? It's stress related. Okay, and then you had these fake good old boys and Georgia fellas and what have you, talking about how much they love Black folks. And then the sheriff, the police, the ice cream man, the white store owner, who made money off the Black community, all these motherfuckers who's members of the Ku Klux Klan. And that's probably why they wore those masks and hoods upside their head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because when they took the masks off, they go back to being your police, your doctor.
Exactly. Oh, yes, sir.
Attorney.
Just like what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where I sent the video from the Black Wall Street. You say now, to all of you those out there who are not of African descent, Afro-American descent, or commonly referred to as colored, Negro, Blacks, and what have you, the Black experience is not, Jay Militant, yeah, my family migrated from the South to the West. Yeah, my in-laws did that there, Jay Militant. You know what I mean? And mine migrated from the South to Chi-Town, then westbound. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So and everybody thought California was the land of milk and honey and all this old type of shit. But then just look at the murderous ass policies of the Los Angeles Police Department. And then, of course, as you know, Jay Militant, over there across the bay from me, man, is where a certain organization came into existence in 1966, and they were declared public enemy number one when basically they were basing their platform off the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, so, you know, and then of course, you know, old Hoover, you know, old J. Edgar Hoover, and it's rumored that he might have been black himself, had stated just the organization of Negroes, period, was a threat to national security. Just the organization. Rutherford's SCLC, Dr. King. Yeah, man. Yeah. AJ Militant. Pull up, man. Taft, California in 1972, man. When you get a chance, man, of up there in Kern County near Bakersfield, where they ran all the black folks up out of there in 1972. Literally went into their houses and ran them the fuck up out of Dodge. Yeah.
72.
Yeah. Yeah, California's been known for systemic racism. Yeah, see, just like that raggedy-ass former U.S. senator they had from California. I'm not going to do nothing specifically for black people, no. And then up there, Jay, as you already know, man, she was the DA, man, of San Francisco County, and I think I put it here in our chat room, Brother Che. Oh, no, that was last night, the other night, where we had stated that she's going to be picking up about 5 pensions. 1, as the Assistant District Attorney of Alameda County. 2, the District Attorney from San Francisco County. 3, from the state of California as the Attorney General from California. 4, as the U.S. Senator from California. And 5, her pension as being the former vice president. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that broad, you know what I'm saying, you know, she did a lot of flatbacking, folks, and she's going to get paid like most hoes do.
Yeah. But getting back to the Great Migration, what were those your final thoughts on that?
Okay, well, the Great Migration, like I said, you see, this just goes to show of how much of why we'll do the reparations is because look at how we contributed to the agricultural economy. And then also, too, look how we contributed to the industrial economy. And then also, too, as the Great Migration coming westbound, look at how much we had contributed to the entertainment economy. You see? Right. And then out here in Las Vegas, when Frank Sinatra was out here, you know, because they referred to Nevada as the Mississippi of the West, and a lot of black artists like Nat King Cole, Louis Armstrong, Sammy Davis Jr., you know, Nevada said, oh, no, we don't allow colored here, you know, they got to go to North Las Vegas. Frank Sinatra said that if you don't treat them right, then I will quit coming to this motherfucker and I'll take everybody that I brought here with me.
Right.
They got their fucking minds right. The heavyweight champion here, when he first fought in Las Vegas, when he fought the Rabbit, okay, is because there's an old clip where Ali goes up there to Floyd Patterson's training camp and he says, from now on, I'm calling you the Rabbit, and gave him a bunch of carrots. He goes down there, man, in Las Vegas, you know, at DP Patterson, and he repeated the same thing that happened to him there in Louisville when he got the gold medal. Hey, we don't serve your kind here. You know what I'm saying? So then, you know, when Nat King Cole, like I said, then, you know, when a lot of the black entertainers were coming out here, they had to stay pretty much over in North Las Vegas, what have you. And Frank Sinatra had stated, well, if you don't start treating these people right, you'll say, I will leave this motherfucker, and if I leave it, this goddamn whole fucking state will go broke. Frank had a lot of juice, you know, but we're not going to talk about that. Smokey Robinson had mentioned in one of his lectures when they first brought the Motown Review here, they couldn't stay at the Strip. When Lena Horne first came here, she couldn't stay up at the Strip. And I mean, and Lena Horne's daughter goes swimming in the swimming pool, and all the white folks got out the swimming pool. You see what I mean? See, so the point is, for some odd reason, when it comes to our people, there's a unique hatred a unique systemic hatred against black people. Why? Because see, white America, you ain't got nothing to fear of. You all in fear of a great black insurrection. Guess what? It's not gonna happen. Too many of these bust-ass motherfuckers are effeminized.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And this ain't hate. You know what I'm saying? This ain't trying to antagonize anybody. If you disagree with me, please disagree agreeably. You know what I'm saying? On what now? And then with the orange dude being up there, you know, well, we got our work cut out for us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with that there being said, Brother Che,
okay.
I got to do some more work, man, because I sent the info to you in the chat room, man, that, you know, I got 50 episodes, man, on the
terabyte.
Oh, yeah, on the terabyte. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a mighty task, man, because I got to download it.
Yeah.
Then I got to convert the machine language, you know, to the actual title of the episode, and I got to listen to it 2 or 3 times to make sure I'm not duplicating it, because I already duplicated 4 episodes. So you know how frustrating that was, you know. But I know one damn thing that we ain't gonna do. We ain't gonna leave our shit up there, man, for old Alan Davey to capitalize off of it. And that motherfucker ain't paid us shit.
Right.
And we did all the goddamn work. Pimping ain't easy.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
On your way out, Shabaki.
Yes.
2 more topics, and that's deported migrant warns others not to cross the border.
Oh, okay. Don't come to America. Okay, and this is our brother out of Chi-Town right here.
Yeah, but he lives in LA now. And in Colombia,
well, he has my sympathy.
Reverse course after dump. Right, it's 25% tariffs for denying 2 deportation flights.
Wait a minute. They denied the deportation flights?
Yep.
So what did they do? Fly them back to the U.S. or left them off in another country?
Left them off in another country.
Okay.
Countries we fought our way through. Let's stop right there. She said, after all the countries we fought our way through. That right there shows that whatever asylum claim that she had is fraudulent, because she passed through multiple countries that she could have applied for asylum at and chose not to. I just want to highlight that whenever I can. What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Most importantly, please make sure you follow me on Telegram at CD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, what I want to do is that I want to head back down to the southern border. Now, why is that? Well, as many of you know, in the efforts to secure the border, what Donald Trump has done to help the Border Patrol is send roughly around 1,500 military men to the border to help secure it. Well, now it has recently been announced that another 500 Marines have been sent down to the border as well to help in the security operations surrounding the border. Before I get into the video, before I forget also, right? Before I jump into the video of those being deported, telling other illegals not to come into the country, what I want to do first is that I do want to play about maybe about a minute, maybe a minute and 30 seconds of this video, which just shows how the Marines are coming in to help secure the border. So let's jump into this video right now quickly first, and then we'll jump into the video of the illegal immigrants being deported, sending out their message and warning to not come into the United States. But like I said, let's get into this first. So, as you can see, they're showing up in full force, taking up arms, which just signals how serious everything is, right? And it should be taken this seriously, especially coming off of the last story that I went over during my last live stream, in which we discussed the story where suspected cartel members opened fire on an American citizen that was hiking alongside the border in California, where he was shot twice. He did survive, but upon being shot, he was robbed by the suspected cartel members. And then when Border Patrol pursued after them, they went right back to the other side of the border, back into Mexico, which really shows and highlights that, at least for those guys, this is something that they do frequently, hopping back and forth from Mexico into the United States, committing crime, then going right back home, right? This is why what we're seeing right here is actually so important. Now, meanwhile, while 500 Marines are showing up to the border to help out with the additional military men that are already there, on the other side of the border in Mexico, you have illegal immigrants who have been deporting that are now sending out messages to other illegal immigrants who are thinking about coming to the United States saying, yeah, man, now is not the time. Do not come to America. It's not the time to cross at all whatsoever, because La Migra is everywhere. La Migra, meaning ICE officers, are all over the place.
I'm cold.
Hay mucha migra y todos están cayendo. No les recomiendo cruzar porque hay un chingo de...
Now, in case you weren't looking at your screen reading the subtitles, I will take a quick moment to translate what this deported illegal immigrant said. And what he stated was this: there is a lot of migra meaning ICE agents. He went on to state afterwards, and everyone is getting caught. I don't recommend to cross because there is a lot of migra once again meaning ICE agents. Everyone is getting caught. Do not come to America is essentially what he's stating. But there are some who are very hard-headed and still not taking this warning seriously, right? In between illegal immigrants that are telling them not to come, and we see the use of force, or I should say the show of force, by the military that has showed up at the border. You know, we have those that are still stuck on stupid and insisting on showing up. And I don't know why they're doing that, because it's already been stated that there is no asylum seeking happening right now in the country. The moment you get snatched up, you're getting sent right back without even the ability to apply for asylum, right? As it should be, especially coming after the 4 years of this unnecessary migrant crisis that was created by Joe Biden, to which the asylum system was severely abused. Check this article out right here. Migrants turn to dangerous extremes after Trump abruptly cancels asylum appointments. Now, there's a handful of stories they go through in this article, but I only want to go through one of them right now as we round things out. When Dana Castro heard that the U.S. asylum appointment she waited over a year for was canceled in an instant, she had no doubt she was heading north anyway. The 25-year-old migrant, her husband, and their 4- and 7-year-old children had nothing left at home in Venezuela, which was obviously by choice because they chose to come here illegally, right? We're going to keep going. We can't go home after all we've been through. After all the countries we fought our way through. Let's stop right there. She said, after all the countries we fought our way through. That right there shows that whatever asylum claim that she had is fraudulent, because she passed through multiple countries that she could have applied for asylum at and chose not to. I just want to highlight that whenever I can. So let's take it from the top one more time. We're going to keep going. We can't go home after all we've been through, after all of the countries we could have applied for asylum for, but didn't, and fought through, only to give up now. She said from a small shelter in central Mexico beside a freight train line they were riding north. Now, migrants like her are adjusting to a new uncertain reality. Many remain determined, I repeat, many remain determined to reach the US through more dangerous means, riding freight trains, hiring smugglers, and dodging authorities. So many are hard-headed and still plan on coming. Some lined up in Mexico's refugee offices to seek asylum in that country, as they should, while others contemplated finding a way back home, as they should, right? But like I said, you should read this article for yourself if you get a chance to, because it is an interesting read. It goes through about 2 more stories, but we don't need to beat a dead horse here. What this is highlighting is, despite everything that we just saw and what I just showed you, the use and show of military force at the border, other illegal immigrants who have been deported and are issuing out warnings saying, hey, man, it's not the time to come at all whatsoever because ICE agents are everywhere and they're deporting everybody. Despite all of this, some still are going to try to make their way forward, to no avail, obviously, because Trump is in office. But nonetheless, many are still going to try. Many will try, and almost all of them will fail. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble
Frontline
at
Black
TVD.
News.
Link to both my Telegram and Rumble is
Now, what's this up here? JD Vance.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to.
It says he humiliated. Wait a minute. JD Vance tortures CBS host, humiliating her on Face the Nation. I haven't seen that show, man, in about 2 or 3 years. So what's up with this one, Brother Che?
We can't go home.
Okay, Brother Che. Okay, Brother Che. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka St. Corey for Frontline Black News. I'm signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Where did I start? How long have I been muted for?
I think just the clip stops. Go ahead.
Stupid. All right. Okay, let me see what I have to remember what the fuck I said.
About them issuing a warning to their fellow illegals.
Oh, I think it's too late. It's stupid. It's stupid because these motherfuckers got the message from their fellow countrymen to come before Trump took his seat, right?
Yeah.
So they came in these big old caravans. They only to get to the fucking border and start crying.
Mm-hmm.
They can't go in, which is stupid. Why would you come knowing that he won? Like, Trump won. So I would never have walked all the way over here.
Well, they came under false pretenses. Yeah.
Trump won.
Yeah.
That means that Trump won.
Yeah. So that means your ass got to go.
So you should be bringing your motherfucking ass over here.
And he canceled that app too. The CB P1.
I think that app was fraudulent anyway. I thought that app was like that. Like a fraudulent app from the start.
Yeah.
I didn't think that app was real. Not even a little bit.
It's canceled now.
I think that none of them should have came as soon as he won. They shouldn't have keep walking. They're like, well, Trump will have mercy. No. He's the worst one to ask for mercy.
Right.
It's always been like that. I mean, he's building a wall.
Yeah.
So no. There's no such thing with Trump. I think that them trying to tell their fellow countrymen now, you should be saying it. That redheaded bastard ain't got no mercy.
Oh yeah, he did lock him in cages.
Right, you'll be locked up. Just because now and it's worse. Don't bring no babies over here.
No more anchor babies.
Serious about that. That shit is hilarious.
That was not the dream Dr. King was talking about.
I think that it's a little too late. And they should. I mean, dude, he's been in office now, like what, almost 2 weeks?
Yeah, I'm going on the second week.
Yeah, but before that, when he won, they should stop coming in.
Well, apparently they had a failure to communicate. They weren't able to get the memo.
No, they didn't want to hear it. They thought they were going to push their way in, like with everything else.
Well, they bet wrong.
Yeah,
and now they got to pay for it.
Yeah.
So moving along to our last topic of the night, and that is Colombia. Colombia refused a course after Trump threatened, reverse course, excuse me. Well, initially, Colombia refused to accept 2 deportation flights from the military. So
at first, they finally got on board.
Then the dump was like, "Oh, if you're gonna do that, then I'm going to put a 25% tariff on you." And then they reversed their course. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
He's not playing with the tariffs.
Nope.
Not playing at all. It's going to be tariffs and executive order.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, Trump has got into a spat already with the Colombian president. Now, the Colombian president, he started off on the wrong foot already. So the United States was sending 2 deportation flights of their citizens back to their homeland where they come from, right? And Colombia didn't want them. They said, no, we don't want these flights coming here. No. So when Trump found that out, it was on and popping. So let's go ahead and look at this. Now, so Colombia rejects U.S. military flights with deportees and sets off feud with Trump. Now, the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, blocked 2 U.S. military aircraft carrying deported Colombians from landing in his country, prompting a feud with Donald Trump, who enacted emergency tariffs and retaliatory measures. They said the U.S. president responded fiercely in a post. They say on his Truth Social network, they say when he was informed that 2 repatriation flights from the U.S. to Colombia had been denied landing clearance. Now, let's look at that real quick, exactly what Trump said. Now, this is what Trump had wrote. I was just informed that 2 repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. This order was given by Colombia's socialist president, Gustavo Petro, who is already very unpopular among his people. Petro's denial of these flights has jeopardized national security and public safety in the United States, so I have directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. An emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming to the United States, and in 1 week, 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%. A travel ban and immediate visa revocations of the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. Visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. Enhanced custom and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. IEEPA treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed, which that's actually the most crippling. These measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance and return of the criminals they forced into the United States. So this is what Trump has said immediately. And boy, I'm glad Trump back in office. Y'all just don't know how glad I am Trump back in office, because all this stuff that's going on. See, all these different groups had a lot of mouths to say to us. Well, let's finish this off. So as we all read here, we went through all that. So Petro himself decides to respond as well. Okay. Now I'll show you what he said after the fact. Now I'm gonna read that in its entirety. So originally what you see here is what he said. Of course, that's in Spanish, but it was also translated also in English. So let's look at the English translation. Yes, this translation is correct. They say the president, Petro, deposes of a presidential plane for the dignified return of Colombians and lead efforts into the extraordinary assembly of the CELAC. Let's say that's Bogota, January 26, 2025. The government of Colombia confirms its participation in the extraordinary assembly of the Community of Latin American Caribbean States. Convened to take place on January 3rd in Caracas. They say this meeting has been called to address strategic issues for the region, such as cooperation on migration, the protection of human rights, and the strengthening of relations among member countries. Now, I say in preparation, this summit conversation has been held with Honduras, the country that holds the presidency of CELAC, with the aim of promoting a regional approach to the migration challenges and guaranteeing dignified conditions for the citizens of the region. So to go through all of this, basically, he backtracked. Now he at the bottom, you know, he's talking about all these just different things. I don't want to bore you with all that, but he backtracked. He's going to take his citizens. Now, the one thing that they was very upset about, and they was upset about them getting off the plane in handcuffs. Brazil had about 88 people that was deported over there. They came off the plane in handcuffs. They was very upset about that. They say they're gonna call Washington to trying to figure out why they in handcuffs. Well, a lot of people they've been getting on these deportation missions has been very violent criminals. Why would you let them roam around with their hands free like they was just like some law-abiding citizen that didn't do anything wrong? Forget a dignity. My thing is this. If any American go to anybody's country and do wrong, do we really have a choice if they put us in handcuffs or not? Let's just keep it 100. So if we go to Colombia, if I go to Colombia and commit a crime, and do I got a choice when they want to deal with me? If they put me in handcuffs or not? No, because they come and see me for a crime I committed. Same thing in Brazil. If you commit a crime in Brazil, they're gonna put handcuffs on you. It's just that simple. These people are unlawfully coming into the United States. They're breaking our laws. So they sending them back, no different than anybody else that will be considered criminal transport. Just like you take a prisoner from one jail, he's handcuffed. On a bus to another jail, they're handcuffed till they get there. They get off the bus, handcuffed. Y'all so mad about them being handcuffed, be mad at yourself that your country has been so horrible to its own people that they want to go through hell and high water to get to the United States. That's what you should be saying. You should not be having your people leaving in caravans. But see, them, and I remember I covered this about the Honduran president too. She was saying, oh, well, I'm not going to let them, I ain't going to let them come back here. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to do what? These are your people. They're not dropping off, Guatemalans and anybody else in Colombia. No, this is Colombian people coming back to their country where they come from, swinging that Colombian flag and all of that. And you don't want your own people back? And you saying some stupidity like, well, they own some military transport. Why in the world they like? Why are they even here?
Right.
But you're seeing that not only with ICE. I want y'all to check this out. So let me show y'all one more thing that was put up today. Those of you in Chicago, let me show you this. Statement by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, along with federal partners, including the FBI, ATF, DEA, CBP, and the U.S. Marshal Service, began conducting enhanced targeting operations today in Chicago to enforce U.S. immigration law and preserve public safety and national security by keeping potentially dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. And I said here, ICE is in Chicago. Remember, it was my visit to Chicago that opened my eyes to everything. And that is the truth. When I never forget, and thanks to Mayor Brandon Johnson. See, Brandon Johnson and what he did to an FBA sister out there in them streets is what got me looking at that. Okay, while he have a young FBA sister on the street homeless, he putting up migrants in shelters and they're comfortable.
Yeah,
and that's what got me to really start looking at this situation. Prior to me seeing that with my own two eyes of FBAs being homeless and while migrants are receiving everything, I was just kind of like nonchalant about the immigration situation. Well, them people come over here to work. That was my attitude toward it. And I remember years ago, and may she rest in peace, Shirley Hussar. She was the first Black person to ever tell me about immigration and what was happening with immigration, right? And because I stayed in Texas and I never really seen it to that level, how hostile the immigrants are to Black people, I didn't really get it. But then with time, I started learning about it, and I say, wow, man, they really hostile to FBAs. And I start covering more stories about, how their gangs was targeting FBAs, doing Molotov cocktails and all kind of things, targeting FBAs, but they wasn't targeting them white folks. They never targeted them. They was always targeting us, right? This is why a lot of FBAs, like in Chicago, even some FBAs in LA, say, hey, Tom Homan, come over here to LA too. Hey, come to Chicago. They want them up there in Chicago. A lot. I tell you right now, Trump, if you open up some jobs to some Black jobs to FBAs, they'll go join ICE right now. They'll go join. But some people like, why y'all FBAs are quiet? Or why you FBAs are supporting, Tom Homan and ICE and Trump? Because when we talked about reparations, it was you immigrant groups who was saying, why do you need to get reparations for? When it was our blood that got you over here.
Yep.
Our blood, the deaths of Black people got you over here. And then you come over here and you live in your best life and you have the nerve to open your mouth to say we don't deserve reparations. You got the nerve to open your mouth and say, well, we not gonna get. Let me show you. Remember this video? Let me cue up this video. This is what we were dealing with here, and why a lot of brothers and sisters saying, yeah, I'm cool with Trump. let me remind you about this video. Hold on, let me cue it up. Y'all remember this video? Oh, let's start from the beginning. Hold on, cue it up.
No more money for you. You want it. No more money for you. Bye. Go back, cross. No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy.
Okay, so you come here and call us no more money for us. We lazy. Okay, so those of you who now want this black and brown coalition that black people was literally begging for, to a point that it was just insane how much black people was begging for a black and brown coalition. And now, since Trump and Tom Homan is really putting the foot down about this immigration, now you got some that rule. You want the black brown coalition now. When you had a chance to do a black brown coalition, that's what you were saying. You was calling us lazy. You were telling us no more money for us. See, if you'd have been supportive, if you say, yeah, FBAs need to get their reparations. Yeah, make sure FBAs are good. Guess what would be happening? Matter of fact, Trump wouldn't even be president. He wouldn't be president. See what happens when y'all don't support black people? It's like this, and this is the new rule of the day. If we don't show up to vote, if we sit it out or vote the other side, Republicans gonna win it all every time. The Democrats won't be able to win an election. And listen, where we at with it, if we not getting nothing, we cool with nobody getting nothing.
Right.
But we're not gonna be sitting up there going vote. And all these other groups not only get something, then they come in here and being disrespectful to us. Them days of disrespect is over. The days of disrespect is over.
That's right.
And I think the most powerful thing that black Americans have done in a recent time is delineate. That was the most beautiful thing that ever happened.
I agree.
It's the delineation movement. Now everybody got to stand on their own 2 feet. They got to stand on business. And now they need to show us how great they are, how much smarter they are, how they tough. See what's happening right now, hard work not gonna get you out of it. You feel me? Hard work not gonna get you out of it. All you had to do was be friends with the black man, but you didn't want it. You wanted to be with them folks. Yeah. Some of you wanted to be even white supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
When the FBAs told you a long time ago, them people don't like you, bro. I know FBAs told you that. They don't like you. They don't like us either. But you thought, some of you thought, just because you may be a little lighter skin, your hair a little straighter, that they like you. And they don't. It's just that simple. So what lessons have you learned with this? Next time when somebody extend friendship to you or want to unify with you, do it. Especially in America, do it. Now, other groups, you think they not watching? Oh, they watching. Don't be surprised, y'all, in this 4 years, how so many different groups, it's going to be, they're going to be ready to be so nice to FBAs. Oh, they're going to want to be your friend. And the first thing you look at them and say, well, where were you at all this time? Why you want to be friends now? Oh, you only be friends when you're in trouble? We say we're not dumb. We're not about to get out there and stand in front of Tom Homan and Trump for you. No. You deal with them. For FBAs, y'all need to say something. It's not right. Hey, we helped y'all, 2,000 years ago. Like, no. What have you did 2 months ago? What did you do 2 years ago? What did you do 10 years ago, 20 years ago? You can't come to me with no 100-year thing and say, well, look, this what we did for y'all. You didn't do nothing for my people at all. What are you talking about? Don't be trying to throw that in our face like we owe you something. We don't owe you nothing. If anything, you owe us something because you come in here and received a lot of things that we literally fought and died for without you having to fight and die for it. with us. We don't owe you anything.
Not a damn thing.
Just like you told us that we're not owed reparations. Remember that? Or you told us we not getting no money. What we need money for? I mean, people that immigrated to this country had the nerve to tell us we don't need reparations. Well, see, even the immigrants say you don't need reparations. And yeah, we supposed to come out there and fight for you? No, Lord. So these Latin American countries, or whatever country, make sure you have your people a place to stay, a good meal, and a job, because they're coming back home. It's just that simple. We have been disrespected so much as Black Americans. So much we have been disrespected. Y'all have targeted us. Your gangs have targeted us in these cities, especially in places like Los Angeles, California. Innocent FBAs have been killed by these gang members because they have anti-Black racism even where they come from. The Black people of Brazil, go look at how they live. The Black people of Colombia, go look at how they live. The Black people in Mexico, go look at how they live and treated. You understand? You don't even treat the Black people that's in your homeland right. So no, we cool. We are so cool. Man, Trump, do what you got to do.
I had to talk about it. Imagine a Black preacher so offensive that even Steve Bannon says, you've gone too damn far. What are we talking about? Here it is.
And we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty.
Put up the picture full mass. He's lucky that a real one wasn't in the crowd, because they would have quickly told him to sit his $2 ass down as he pretends to be some extremely weird knockoff version of a great leader. But since everybody else on stage is acting, hell, he might as well too. Black pastors' Trump inauguration prayer sparks backlash from Steve Bannon of all people. I don't recall a time in history when Steve Bannon and Al Sharpton have agreed, but they have agreed on this. He is accused of hijacking Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech. So Bannon says, quote, the benedictions. How long did the benedictions take? 19. Okay. When benedictions take 19 minutes, that's not acceptable, Bannon said. Sewell, who campaigned with Trump in 2024, thanked God for the incoming administration and prayed, quote, that America would begin to dream again, end quote. He went on to ask that God, quote, let freedom ring, end quote, across the nation and fulfill the dream that every American be, quote, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty we are free at last. He didn't even give Dr. King credit. He just let it roll off his tongue like nobody knew where he was getting it from. There's more. So critics felt the King homage was disrespectful, obviously, especially since it was delivered at a ceremony celebrating Trump's return to the White House. The preacher said Trump personally made a request to him to deliver the invocation. So let me go over what others said about the prayer. Quote, Lorenzo Soul chose hashtag MLK Day to mock Martin Luther King Jr. on worldwide television at the close of a presidential inauguration, wrote Ken Barnes on X. Quote, not sure if I've seen a more shameful display ever. Another one that was embarrassingly over the top and very, very coonish. Wonder how Snoop and Nelly feel about this. One ex-user replied. Bannon was more concerned that he may have taken the focus off of Trump. Now, keep in mind, this is an interesting dilemma. You have Al Sharpton, who says the guy's over the top. He's utilizing this Dr. King style and Dr. King wording in a way that's, well, it's fictional. It's performative. Everyone is able to understand the cringe-worthiness of the situation, except for one guy. Put the picture back up again, Jordan. Do you see the look on Trump's face? That is a proud white male. Let Trump tell it. That was Dr. King. Let Trump tell it. All right. So the president's speech was longer this time, he says, but he had more to go through in a broad audience. The new golden age, Bannon said, when the Our Father can take 90 seconds, right? Or Hail Mary, it didn't have to be a Catholic prayer. Give me the best Protestant, bring it, right? He continued, talk about a buzzkill, just ridiculous. The benedictions were ridiculous, but they were handpicked by your Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. The man said Trump handpicked him personally. So if you're criticizing the preacher, Steve, you're criticizing Trump. Steve, can I call you Steve? If Trump can't get the pick right for who in the hell says the prayer at the inauguration, what makes you believe, what makes you have confidence that he can get the other picks right, including you? All right, Ben, thoughts here.
Well, Bannon's upset because Trump's not his bestie anymore. He's now closer with Elon, and Bannon hates Elon, so he's just right out the gate a little butthurt. But listen, this pastor, can we be surprised that Trump is not choosing the most elegant and sophisticated pastor to deliver? Are we surprised that Trump doesn't have the greatest selection of black leaders to choose from? I'm surprised it wasn't Snoop giving that benediction during the service himself. But in defense of this pastor as well, I don't know. The only thing that comes to my head is just this thought that keeps hitting me, that I hope this hits well. I just wanted to share. He probably thought he was giving back. I feel like he probably thought, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. I just made that up, but I feel as though it kind of captures the moment. Yeah, right. It's an original quote of mine. A lot of people like to quote it back to me when I go do stand-up, especially on Martin Luther King Day. I don't know how you do that and not be incredibly clear you're crediting and paying homage to the man. But it's the very beginning of what became a real hellhole of a day right after that, with a lot of inhuman acts.
Yep.
A lot of cruel acts taken by the administration already, followed by Elon Musk doing what seems to everybody like a Nazi salute. Whether that was his intention or not, it has empowered millions of white supremacists around the country already. With great power comes great responsibility. And I also made that quote up, but these people don't understand it and they won't.
That's right, man. You just have all originals today.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
While President Donald Trump was enjoying his inauguration day, Reverend Al Sharpton wasn't too far from him. He held an event with the National Action Network at the Metropolitan AME Church, where he had a whole host of people get up and speak. He invited that of Corey Wise, who is from the Central Park Five, also known as the Exonerated Five. Of course, you guys know their story, where they were falsely accused of doing something heinous to a white woman in 1989. And he said, well, you know, why didn't Trump invite Corey? Because he invited the mayor of New York to the inauguration ceremonies and things like that. Well, I want y'all to listen to a snippet of Reverend Al Sharpton. Here you go.
How dare you on King Day? Talk about making heroes out of haters. How dare you on a federal holiday for the man that brought the Poor People's Campaign to the United States, that you bring some tech billionaires to church this morning that need to be repenting for the disinformation and the spread of assimilation. If everybody else is scared of you, I wasn't scared of you in 1990.
So as you saw and heard there, you know, he says, how dare you, make heroes into the people that, did the insurrection on January 6th. And how dare you, have all these billionaires there on a day that's celebrating Martin Luther King, who had the Poor People's Campaign, right? So he had all these how dare yous. And then at the end, he says, and, everybody else might be afraid of you, but I wasn't afraid of you in 1990, and I'm not afraid of you now. And it's like, well, Donald Trump, I don't think he thinks you're a threat, Al Sharpton, because he knows that your bark is worse than your bite. He knows that you haven't been about that life for a very long time. He knows that you have sold out for what you sold out for. He knows that. We all know that. We all know that you're going to get up in the pulpit and rile people up, keep them in rage, keep them angry. He also knows, like the rest of us know, that you're never going to give people any real solutions. Yeah, you'll tell them, we shall overcome and ain't nobody going to turn us around, because that's the song that they sang at the end of it or whatever the case is. But he knows you're not going to tell Black people, vote for a party that's actually going to do something for you. Maybe it's high time we divorce from the Democrats, right? He knows you're never going to tell Black people, okay, you know what, bet, here's the plan. Let's practice group economics. Let's stop all this singing and dancing and screaming and hollering and all this. Let's stop. He knows you're not going to do that. So why would you need to be scared? You know Trump is not going to come after you. He didn't come after you when he gave you all that money back in the day, when he was helping your nonprofits that you got in a little trouble for misappropriating funds or whatever it was, tax evasion. He didn't come after you then. So he's not going to come after you now, because, again, you're not a threat. You're just up there making all that noise, doing all that hooping and hollering for the people that showed up and other people who think that you really, are the voice of Black people. You're not. You're the voice of yourself. You're the voice of the National Action Network. You're the voice of getting a bag, because we know you got a bag from Kamala Harris. We know that you roll in, and a whole host of other people got a nice, pretty, shiny penny. And there you are on Martin Luther King Day in the pulpit pretending that you really care about Black people. See, if you really cared about Black people, you would do what he said he was going to do right before he was murdered. He was going to Washington to get a check. He didn't go to Washington to get a check just for him, like you went to Kamala and got a check just for you. So you don't need to be scared, Al Sharpton, because he knows that you're not a threat. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe.
Now, obviously, if you don't know any better, you've been living under a rock or what have you, you might be a bit put off because these brothers are taking an awful lot of heat. And that's why I have to start there. Remember, Donald Trump was sworn in as president of the United States for the second time today. He entered office with plenty of controversy surrounding him and many Americans wondering what to expect this time around. And I told you I'm going to get into that. But part of that is starting off with Snoop Dogg and Nelly and Soulja Boy and others for their decisions to perform at events surrounding the inauguration. Nelly was on with Willie D, formerly the Ghetto Boys this weekend, and he was talking about some things because he was taking a lot of heat for performing at events surrounding the inauguration. Before I get into it, let's hear Nelly's explanation. Listen to this. Performing for somebody and voting for somebody is two different things. Endorsing people is two different things. Am I a Trump supporter? I support the office. I support the president of the United States, regardless of who's in office. I'm not a politician, man. You didn't see me out there on the campaign. You didn't see me out there saying you should vote for this candidate. But I'm honored to be out there performing for the office, for the president of the United States. That was his position, because obviously he's taking some heat. You've got people all over social media and beyond calling them sellouts and coons and traitors to their race and all of this other stuff that's been coming out of their mouth. And Snoop Dogg is especially taking some hits, not just because he elected to perform at the Crypto Ball, which was the event, one of the events surrounding the inauguration, an event Trump did not even attend, by the way, even though he was supposed to be the guest of honor. But not only is Snoop Dogg taking heat for that, Snoop Dogg's taking heat for what we saw him say about any potential performers at the inauguration of Donald Trump back in 2017. So to be fair, let me make sure before I let you know what my position in all of this is. Let's see Snoop Dogg from back there in 2017 and what he had to say about any potential performer performing at Donald Trump's inauguration back then. Listen to this, Snoop Dogg.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you Uncle Tom ass for doing it. Which one of you is gonna do it first? I was the one that performs for himself.
That was Snoop Dogg. So obviously to see him performing this past weekend at the Crypto Ball, knowing what was being put out there about him, I had to call my boy, because that is my dog. Make no mistake about it. I ain't apologizing for that to nobody. That's my brother. I love that brother, okay? Even when he wrong, he right. All right, even when he wrong, he right with me, because I know where his soul lies. Having said all of that, I still have to be fair to our audience. And I reached out to Snoop, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what the brother said to me. He wasn't there for Trump. He was there for David Sachs, who's gonna be running crypto and AI. He's gonna be that crypto and AI czar for the present administration. That's who David Sachs is. David Sachs is somebody that Snoop has had a relationship with for decades. David Sachs is that cat when nobody else put their hand out offering dollars to Snoop's football league and beyond. That brother does it. That brother's ready to do it now. So we got to take all of that into consideration. Nelly threw out the money as well. He ain't trying to be political. He's an artist. He was paid to perform, and that's exactly what he did. Don't get me started with what Soulja Boy said. He said the same exact thing. Now, he said it in a very abrasive and excessive fashion. And I thought that was unnecessary, but if that's his lingo, that's his lingo. The point is the point. He sat up there and pulled out a bag of money and said, did anybody offer me to perform? That's what they did. So we see all of that going on, and we understand what that is. But back to Snoop Dogg, because that's who I know. Back to Nelly, because that's who I know. Nelly is not a political person. Nelly doesn't get involved in the campaigns. Nelly does perform for people who will pay the right fee, etc., as an artist. And he is somebody that don't want to get involved in all of that and believes in respecting the office because of the power that comes with it. That's his position. Like it or not, you gotta respect it, because there's plenty of hypocritical asses out here in this world acting like they don't do it, and they do it every day. But you gonna come at him because he went and sang a few songs at the incoming president. See, that's the BS right there. And that's the kind of stuff that's gotta stop. Back to Snoop, who I know. Not that I don't know Nelly, but I know Nelly. That's my brother. I love him to death, but we ain't as close as me and Snoop. Did y'all know that Snoop never exercised his right to vote in his life until 2020? Did you know that? I'm telling you what Snoop told me. I have permission from him to say this to y'all. If he didn't want me to tell y'all this, I wouldn't be telling y'all none of this, because I ain't violating nobody's trust. I can have my opinions without violating trust. But he's given me permission to say everything that I'm saying to you. He never voted in his life until 2020. I never knew that. Had I known that, I'd have gotten his ass. I'm his brother. I believe in exercising your right to vote. Your ancestors and the sacrifices they made. Damn it, one power tool you have is to make sure you vote. People died for you to have the right to vote. Snoop, I love him. I love him to death. I'd have gotten his ass. You got to vote. He voted in 2020. He voted for Joe Biden. He spoke against Trump in 2016, spoke against him in 2017, voted against him in 2020. So everybody want to be like, well, what's the problem now? What's the problem now? I'll tell you what the problem is now. But before I get into the problem, let me show y'all a full screen of Mr. Keith Boykin. This guy is a political commentator, I assume. I don't know his background. I'm not casting any aspersions on him, disrespecting him in any way. I'm sorry, I've just been busy and I didn't have time to get into it. I saw him on CNN giving political commentary on Abby Phillips' show. And while he was on there, he said this. I want y'all to see this stuff on the full screen, because you need to know. Any black person who performs at Trump's inauguration dishonors, quote, black families he refused to rent in the 1970s. The black kids he wanted to execute in the Central Park case in the 1980s. The black Haitian immigrants he lied about in the 2024 election. Remember when Trump was saying they're eating dogs, they're eating cats? Remember that? That's what Keith Boykin is talking about, along with various other things. Let me explain to you why I'm pissed. I'm not talking about Keith Boykin. Mad respect to you. Keep doing what you're doing. I hope your career continues to elevate, my brother. I'm not speaking against him, only his position. And the reason that I preface my comments by saying that is because I'm going to show a level of respect to him that most people don't show to me. You don't like my opinion, so you attack me. You personalize it with your petty BS. You can disagree without being disagreeable. So I'm not talking about Keith Boykin. I don't know him. I'm talking about his point. Here's what pisses me off about that. You don't have any respect for anybody who performs at Trump's inauguration or the events surrounding his inauguration. So does that mean you don't have any respect for anybody black who voted for him? I'm not talking about myself because I didn't vote for him. Does that mean you don't have any respect for black people who sat there and said, I'm interested in the economy? I'm interested in inflation. I'm interested in protecting our borders. I'm interested in elevating our national security. I'm interested in keeping the streets of the United States of America as safe as possible. What if their reasons and their rationale for voting strictly pertain to that? What if this person voted for him because they broke and they think he's gonna put more money in their pocket? What if this person voted for him because they're in a crime-ridden neighborhood and they feel leftists aren't having the streets patrolled well enough? What if they want to call 911, but they live in an environment that people were supporting defunding the police? And as a result of that, you either have a paucity of police officers or you have police officers that ain't that interested in protecting and serving because they don't want to get vilified. What if the job market mattered? There's a whole bunch of reasons why people vote the way that they vote. To sit up there and just blanketly state that you don't respect anybody that showed up to an inauguration, Soulja Boy ain't got no right to go make some money. They're different. Everybody quick to say, man, if it were me, it's a different way to make the money. You sure about that? Sure about that? I saw Soulja Boy pull out some cash. I couldn't see that well. I couldn't count. But it looked like at least 6 figures. What it took most people, or what it takes most people to make in a year, the brother made in one night. You sure? You sure about that? You sure you could have found a way to go and make the kind of cash that he making? Snoop Dogg worth over $100 million. He got a youth football league. This brother sending cats to college. He's sending cats to the NFL. We just gonna ignore that because he performed at the inauguration. Let me tell you something right now. Some of you in our community, I didn't say y'all community, I said ours. I'm a black man who's entitled to feel whatever the hell I want to feel. Some of y'all, when you turned against Ice Cube, it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Ice Cube, NWA, Ice Cube, Dre, Eazy-E, all of them. And then Snoop came aboard, not NWA, but Snoop came aboard. Warren G and the whole crew. They took the rap game to another level. You know what I mean? Black people made money off of hip hop. You know what I mean? Black people have been employed because of hip hop. It transformed this world. Is everything perfect about them? Hell no. Is the way some of them carry themselves right? No. The way some of them speak? Hell no. I get all of that. But damn, before they came along, you had white folks in the music industry worshiping the devil and singing whatever the hell they wanted to sing. Nobody said anything. But the brothers come along, it's a problem. And now that the brothers come along and they make something of themselves and they got opportunities that they're willing to exploit and they choose to be apolitical, you want to get in their ass. What if they got in your ass, Keith Boykin? What if they got, and by you, I'm not talking about you specifically, bro. Again, I respect you. Of what I know of you. I don't know much, but I like listening to you on television. I respect you, I truly do. What I mean by you is I'm talking about lefties. See, I'm a registered independent. Y'all trying to roll out there, talk about, and I'm gonna have on my lower third, Griff, make that lower third for me. Put Stephen A. Smith, still a registered independent. I ain't changing. Thank you, Griff. I ain't changing. I ain't no damn Republican. I ain't no conservative, nor am I a Democrat. I'm an independent. Why? Because I don't like none of your asses. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. Conservatism, fiscally, taxes, border security, crime. That's me. Liberal. any liberal policy that you got in terms of support of the LGBTQ community, I'm good with it. Abortion rights, I'm good with it. I'm not a Roe v. Wade advocate. Meaning, I'm more pro-choice than pro-life. Not that I believe in abortion, because I don't. I just don't believe any man should be telling a woman what to do with their body. But I certainly understand if people during the election were not concerned about those issues. And people like the Keith Boykins of the world never brought that up. And I'm saying, yo, bro, nobody's saying you wrong about what you're feeling as it pertains to those issues, but you do understand there's a lot of people that don't care about the issues you might care about. They may have other priorities. In the Soulja Boy's case, it was making money. And in Nelly's case, it was being an artist. And in Snoop's case, it was about supporting his Snoop Youth League. And all the things he has done and plans on doing. And by the way, all of these years he's been doing it, he's been coming out of his own pocket. And you got David Sachs looking at him as like, I'll support you. And we got a whole bunch of people here in the crypto world, in the AI world, in the Bitcoin world, and beyond, who's going to look to help you. And he's thinking about how financial literacy is something that's going to be taught to these kids. And these kids going to be able to go out in the world and be better young men and probably professional football players and college graduates and civilized contributors to our society. And we find a way to have a problem with that? Really? That's what we doing? So Snoop can do all of these things. And he spews a few cuss words and shows up, drop it like it's hot, at the inauguration or the inauguration event. And that's a problem? Y'all done lost y'all damn minds. But I had enough of y'all shit. I'm gonna get into how you've lost your minds. Y'all gonna stop talking about my boys like that. You gonna stop going after my boys like that. And oh, by the way, let me tell you something right now. Who's the cat from Rude Boys that interviewed Nelly again? I'm sorry, I draw a blank. Willie D. Now we all know Willie D's come. We all know Willie D's come after me. He had a problem with me or whatever. But you see, I'm a grown ass man. So Willie D, I got something to say to you too. Good job. That's a damn good interview with Nelly. You gave the brother an opportunity to speak. You asked all the right questions, the kind of questions that people wanted to know, and the kind of answers that folks wanted emanating from him. Good job. See, that's what grown men do. I'm not gonna go back at Willie D because he came at me in the past. He had a difference of opinion than me. I wish that man nothing but the best. I hope his podcast continues to flourish and shine. He did a damn good job with that Nelly interview. Some of y'all others out here, y'all lost y'all ever-loving minds. And back to you, Mr. Boykin. Respectfully, I got some things to point out that I'd like you to consider the next time you go on a kind of diatribe you went on CNN. By the way, again, that was on CNN with Abby Phillip, a reporter that now has her own show on CNN. And when I have time, and she asked me to come if I have time, I go and support her and Laura Coates because they're my sisters. I ain't apologizing for that to nobody. Ain't gonna stop me from going on Hannity. Ain't gonna stop me from going on Chris Cuomo. But if the sisters call and I got time in my schedule and I'm available, I happily do it because it helps them. I saw what you said, and I showed the audience to some degree what you said. I didn't play the whole sound, Keith Boykin, because we didn't have approval from CNN to play that sound. Otherwise, I would have made sure to play it all so I could contextualize it properly. So I just want you to know that. But I heard what you said. I watched it from start to finish. And there were some things you left out. There's some things the Democrats always want to leave out. I'm sick and tired of the bullshit from the left. And if I sound ticked off, ladies and gentlemen, that's why. I feel hoodwinked by the Democratic Party. That's why I'm pissed. I'm not pissed because I'm a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for him before. I didn't vote for him this time. I'm pissed off because I feel hoodwinked. And I don't like to feel hoodwinked.
Agents interrupted a party at a makeshift nightclub around 5 o'clock this morning, arresting nearly 50 people. Drugs, weapons, and cash were also seized. Your reporter Andrew Hodmer joins us live now with new details.
Yeah, guys, 49 people were detained in that early action. It was a DEA raid, and ICE was a part of it. 41 of those 49 were found by ICE to be in the country illegally, but we aren't sure how many of the 41 undocumented or 49 individuals that were detained have ties to the Tren de Aragua gang and just how deep those ties go. Something immigration advocates say is a little bit of a concern, especially as these raids become more numerous across the country. The Drug Enforcement Administration's Rocky Mountain Field Division taking almost 50 people into custody after a raid early Sunday morning.
DEA has been working on TDA here in the Denver metro area since this past summer. So this has been a priority for us for a number of months, and we've been tracking these guys for that entire time.
Amid the 49 taken into custody, 41 were determined by ICE to be in the country illegally. But the DEA says some are affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
The people at the club last night was a mix of people, and so their status is still being determined.
As of Sunday night, those 41 individuals are in ICE custody, which concerns Colorado immigration advocate Raquel Lane Arellano.
When people go into ICE custody, they don't get access to due process in the same way that they do in the criminal justice system.
She tells CBS Colorado that it isn't advocacy for the criminal element picked up, but rather those with clean records that now may face deportations and the downstream issues that might arise because of it.
They are not going to call the police if they think the police is going to report them to ICE.
As immigration raids and stops are recurring across the country as President Trump begins his second week of his second administration.
It just puts the entire immigrant community under the scrutiny. And unfortunately, it paves the way for policies that are actually really dangerous.
Now, we are going to figure out in the coming days the degrees to the ties to the TDA gang that some of these individuals have. But these raids are becoming more regular. And the thing that Lane Arellano tells us is concerning is that combination of DEA and ICE that were a part of the enforcement here. In Aurora, I'm Andrew Hodmer, covering Colorado First.
Andrew, as you mentioned, more to come from this story. We know you'll stay on top of it for us. Thank you.
Now on Denver 7 News at 5, a warehouse party in Adams County ends in a DEA raid.
Approximately 50 people have been detained by ICE and transferred to the ICE detention facility.
Denver 7 investigates at the scene when it happened.
You had insiders that gave you that tip.
We had enough information to be able to execute a federal search warrant.
With images and interviews you'll find only on Denver 7.
It doesn't matter where you come from or who you are. If DEA finds out that you're distributing drugs in our city, we're going to come after you.
Denver 7 News at 5 starts right now.
A DEA raid in Adams County ends with roughly 50 people detained and rounded up on the buses in what federal agents are calling an invitation-only Tren de Aragua party. And Denver 7 investigates exclusively at the scene of the raid in Adams County early this morning. Thank you so much for watching Denver 7 News at 5. I'm Jacqueline Allen, and joining me tonight, Denver 7's chief investigative reporter, Tony Kowaleski. Tony, you just got off the phone with an inside source. What are you hearing?
Well, lots of details. First, we need to stress this is an operation that's been in the works for several months, including before the election. And what we just heard, 49 total people detained, 41 of the 49 in this country illegally, now trying to figure out what kind of criminal history or if they had criminal histories. It was an operation that started late last night and culminated early this morning. This is how it looked during the pre-dawn hours on North Federal Boulevard in Adams County. Flashing lights and more than 24 federal and local law enforcement officers moving in on this building. This picture from the DEA shows guns drawn as they were executing a federal search warrant.
Essentially, this location behind us overnight this morning, starting at about 3 a.m., was a invitation-only TDA
nightclub. We knew that we were going to have potentially a lot of illegal aliens. There were a handful of U.S. citizens as well.
You're now looking at exclusive video as federal agents cuffed and detained roughly 50 people. According to the DEA, a majority are members of the Venezuelan gang, TDA. Invitation only TDA nightclub. What's that mean?
It means TDA affiliated gang members and associates sent out invitations over social media to come to a party at this location tonight.
And you had insiders that gave you that tip?
We had enough information to be able to execute a federal search warrant.
The DEA has been aggressively tracking activity in Colorado by the Tren de Aragua gang since well before the November election. Everyone's aware of President Trump's operations around the country. Is this connected?
So as you know, we've had a change in administration, and with changes in administration, there's always a change in focus. But what we're here today for was an ongoing DEA investigation. As you know, we've been targeting the TDA. DEA has been working on TDA for a number of months here in Denver. And so this was a part of that long-term operation.
And I think that's the key takeaway right here. It's been a long-term operation. It was the DEA back in August that put out the first news release saying they were concerned about the impact TDA was having in the metro area and throughout Colorado. They've been tracking this gang for several months. And what happened this morning was the culmination of that work. Jacqueline?
And the timing is interesting, though. We saw that ICE was there as well. Is that standard for these kind of raids, or is that a signal that something is different here?
Well, we've been watching what's happening throughout the country, and we're hearing that more is going to happen potentially this week in Colorado. But it's important to stress here that what happened was standard operating procedure. I'm getting that from multiple sources, that when the DEA goes in, it's often accompanied by ICE, and that was the case here, especially with the specifics they had. They were executing a federal search warrant, and as you heard there, they found guns, they found drugs, and they found money, and that's what led to the detention of the 49 people.
Tony Kowaleski breaking some huge news today. Our cameras were there. Really good work staying on top of this, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, the Colorado Rapid Response Network is posting on Facebook tonight, "Don't believe the DEA is telling the whole story." This immigrant rights group says most of the people detained were taken into immigration custody instead of jail, indicating they may have a clean record. Now, they say if your loved one was arrested, give the Response Network a call. Their number's here on your screen. They're reminding immigrants not to sign anything they don't understand, and they do not have to answer questions until a lawyer is present.
We can't blame white folks no more. We gotta let that go. Them people, that wasn't even these people. That was some people before them. So at the end of the day, everybody showed us they can do it from scratch. So we can't be waiting on nobody to give us nothing. Everybody just gotta do it. No matter where you come from. You gotta do it from scratch. I ain't have shit and look at me now. So if I could have did it, you could have did it now. We gotta stop making excuses. Stop waiting on motherfuckers. We gotta.
This right here is why knowing Black freedmen history is so important. And you know what? He's right. These aren't the exact same people. It's their offspring. And what do people teach their offspring? Speaking of not happening today, meet Blaine and Diane Smith, owners of 600 acres of land in Hancock County, Georgia, a property that has been in their family since the 1800s. Now, for generations, their family worked the land, passing it down, as well as generating wealth from it. Now, the Smiths are facing the possibility of losing some of their land to the Sandersonville Railroad Company, which aimed to seize it through eminent domain to construct a railroad in the area. Now, while it's been argued that the project would generate millions for the local economy, the Smiths say it jeopardizes their family's legacy and, of course, their future generational wealth. Now, of course, they have now hired legal representation to fight the eminent domain charges and save their property, as they should. And for the record, this has been going on for the last century, where Black Americans have worked hard to acquire their wealth, businesses, or in this case, land, and then folks steal it or take over it with discrimination, legal loopholes, and eminent domain, contributing to the racial wealth gap or loss of Black generational wealth. Now, let's be clear, this happened after slavery, by the way. In the meantime, studies have shown that Black families have lost over $300 billion in stolen generational wealth, and that's just when it comes to land after slavery. The Smiths aren't the only one. The Gullah Geechee on the coast of South Carolina and Georgia are constantly losing their land through legal loopholes. Their stories just happen to hit a few media outlets. Now, about this blame game and how they aren't the same folks, here are a few others that have experienced theft, showing that history simply repeats itself when it comes to Black Americans' hard work and labor. Jack Holly, Slocum, Texas. Jack Holly was a prosperous Black landowner who owned a general store, granary, dairy, part of a bank, and several hundred acres of prime land in Slocum, Texas. The family worked the land and businesses their father had produced and did well on their own until the night of the Slocum, Texas massacre in July 1910, when white mobs burned and looted the area, destroying Black businesses, properties, and generational wealth. Vero Beach, Florida. Now, the Epstein family lost all their generational wealth in 1942 when the U.S. government seized their land to build an airfield. The Epstein family lost 147 acres of land, including a 30-acre fruit grove, 2 houses, and 40 lots they all bought with their money. The land would be acquired by the Navy, the city of Vero Beach, and the LA Dodgers team, all while ignoring the family's plea to buy back their taking land. Now, the last official owners of the land sold the property for $10 million in the 2000s. Holmes County, Mississippi. During the 1950s and 60s, white supremacist Norman Weathersby required Black farmers to put up their land for collateral and high interest rates when they took out loans for farming equipment. Loans with high interest rates on purpose. When Black farmers missed payments, Weathersby immediately took their land and he died, leaving more than 700 acres to his family, according to paperwork and court documents. Most foreclosed from Black farmers. Reverend Isaac Simmons, Amite County, Mississippi. During 1940s, Reverend Simmons owned more than 270 acres of land. He worked his land with his children and grandchildren, producing crops and selling the property lumber. In 1944, white supremacists lynched Simmons and cut out his tongue so they could steal his land. Today, the family is fighting for the land back. For more unsung history like this, visit our website, www.morethreads.co, where More Threads is bringing even more awareness to Black history left out of history books with our history-inspired products. Products like our 52-deck Black Freedmen flashcards highlight unsung Black heroes, communities, and pivotal moments and inventions that have shaped America. And they're perfect for learning at home or the classroom. That's www.morethreads.co, and be sure to follow us on our social media at morethreads_store.
Law enforcement from multiple federal agencies converge on Chicago. New video tonight showing ICE and other federal agents knocking on doors and making arrests. ICE confirming, alongside multiple federal partners, they've started, quote, conducting enhanced targeted operations today in Chicago to enforce U.S. immigration law.
If you're in the country legally, it's not okay. It's not okay to violate laws of this country.
White House border czar Tom Homan on ABC's This Week, admitting there may be arrests of people with no criminal background, particularly in sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary cities lock us out of the jails. So instead of ICE being able to arrest the bad guy, the criminal alien, in the safety and security of the jail where the officer's safe, the alien's safe, and the public's safe, sanctuary cities release them back in the community.
New pictures released by the Drug Enforcement Agency show Homan and Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove alongside federal agents in Chicago. ICE says it's working with the FBI, ATF, DEA, Border Patrol, and U.S. Marshals Service. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson weighing in with a statement tonight, saying in part, there have been confirmed reports of ICE enforcement activity in Chicago today. Per city code, Chicago police were not involved in this immigration enforcement activity. On CNN today, Governor J.B. Pritzker said violent criminals who've been convicted and are undocumented should be deported. But he's afraid President Trump will cast a wider net with his long-promised mass deportations.
Now, what they're also doing, though, and it's quite disturbing, is they're going after people who are law-abiding, who are holding down jobs, who have families here, who may have been here for a decade or 2 decades, and they're often our neighbors and our friends, and why are we going after them?
Illinois Senators Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth releasing a joint statement tonight saying in part, quote, we stand with the immigrant community in Chicago and across the country And our offices and caseworkers are ready to help those who are improperly caught up in these raids.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Hey, did you shut up? Did you end it?
Hello.
Did you end the show?
Oh shit.
Did you end the show?
No, it's still on.
Hell nah.
Yeah.
Doing what?
Playing us. Let's record everything. That's hurt me to talk.
Can you close it up, please? Thank you.
Oh yeah, so sorry about that. Hours past just in the time for this. Make sure y'all.
Unmute it.
It is unmuted. Please stop trying to micromanage. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 44, part 2 of the Frontline Black News in conjunction with the RBA. Join us later on today for part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And yeah, that's it about this Black Experience in Town. It's no longer on Blog Talk Radio. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuman, it's just Paris, and Lady Terry, signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.